Right. So welcome everybody. This is Silent Hill 2. Uh very, very, very popular horror game. Came out kind of near the beginning of the PlayStation 2's lifespan, not immediately, but within the first few years of it. So very early release title on this. Pretty astounding game, just in general. When you hear people constantly talk about the best horror games on any platform, be it PC, console, anything else, Silent Hill 2 is always in the discussion and usually always in the top 3 spots. A lot of history with this game personally, just in general. Lots of really cool things with it, good memories. I got my friend Demgoki here too. I think the first time I played it was over at his house when we rented it. A very memorable game.
A very long time ago too.
Yeah. We also got another person in the back.
Hi.
Who's going to be viewing for her first time than Jenna. So she hasn't seen Silent Hill before. She's kind of in the back on a computer, but maybe she'll pay a little bit more attention as we get more into this.
Yeah, this game is pretty mindless. Pay attention.
What is?
Jeez, honey. Did something
All
happen
right.
to you?
I didn't press
We got
anything.
separated in that long hallway?
The wait.
Are you confusing me with someone else?
So we'll go ahead and get started here. Any comments immediately before we start
So forgetful.
about the game in general?
There's a lot of things that I've been looking up more recently on the series of Silent Hill,
You said you took everything,
and
but you forgot that videotape we made.
closer
Wonder if
to the
it's still
TV.
there.
All right, got it. So the things that I would try to get out of my head is the movies and like getting them not mixed up. So, but all in all, I enjoyed the first two. I played The Room a lot, and not so much 3, but I still hear that it's a really, really good game. So I haven't given it a shot yet.
So did you come before you played 2? Did you ever end up playing 1 on the PlayStation?
I-
Before, or?
I actually don't think that I played it. I played 2 first. So I ended up playing this one, and then I ended up later on playing Silent Hill, way past the stuff. But I was a huge Resident Evil fan growing up, and that's why I got a PlayStation in the first place.
Did you have any expectations for the game coming into it, or were you
No.
just kind of like, this looks cool?
Well, mostly just that it seemed a lot more scarier than Resident Evil, and they didn't deal with actual like people too much. It was mostly monsters. So.
Do you think that was to its benefit, kind of? That it had kind of this focus that was away from things that were entirely, like... I don't want to say entirely physical, because the things in this game clearly can kill you.
Right. Well, yeah.
But, do you think there was kind of... like, how did you feel coming from a game that was like Resident Evil, where you had these very known enemies? You know, everybody kind of knows what a zombie dog or
Yeah.
zombie looks like. I guess the hunters were kind of out there and the chimeras, but
Well, yeah, definitely the hunters. But in this game, I've always noticed the difference in where you couldn't see the enemies. I mean, Resident Evil, when I think about it now, even looking back, it was very well lit. You kind of knew what you're in for. You maybe hear a zombie around the corner. But in this game, you just didn't know what was in the fog.
do you think that was an active choice as far as Resident Evil? I don't want to dwell on it too much on a comparison basis because I think they're great series on their own merits. But
Yeah.
do you think that was kind of planned as far as Resident Evil? Because even though it was well lit, you did have that dynamic camera angle where it would obscure things. So even if it was lit well, you didn't actually necessarily see it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Um,
How do you think that kind of compares to this game, where it's like you can see all around you at almost any given time, but whether you have the light on or not, where there's light present is...
yeah, well, in this game, I mean, even though you can see all around you, you still can't see shit. So, that makes things scary, especially the sounds that you can hear. But you know, we'll see. It's been probably want to say like 10 years since I even touched this game.
Yeah, I was saying that, about 12 years. I did a really quick run through of the first area on the PC just to make sure we had a backup in case this one failed.
Yeah.
Well, so just to put it out there, right now we are currently playing on the PlayStation 2, and I'll make those reasons apparent, but in my opinion, I think it's the definitive version of the game and the one that people should be playing. The greatest hits if you can get it, if possible. So let's go ahead and start up the game and kind of enjoy for the beginning of it.
Alright, so...
I'll go normal.
Normal.
Yeah, it's not too bad on any of those. I'm going to go ahead and kill the mic when we get into cutscenes, so...
Mary, could you really be in this town?
Alright, so immediately we start up, and I gotta say, and I remember Demgoki talking about this plenty of times before also. This first cutscene, where you see James looking in the mirror, this was a graphic styling and a level of graphics that you didn't see anywhere.
Right.
Quite frankly. Like, there was a huge jump. You always typically mention, like, Tekken Tag as a release game, and how, like, kind of amazing that was to see that animated and the graphical upgrade from Tekken 3.
Yeah.
This shows you the difference between a PS2 and a PS1.
Right, this definitely was the giant jump in graphics. I was actually thinking through that cutscene, what you just explained right there, where I remember seeing that scene where he brushes his hand down his face, and I'm just like, I remember looking at it, it's like, is this a cutscene? And it's not. Well, I mean, it is, but it was so far beyond anything I had seen beforehand. Same with, like, Tekken.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said, Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Okay, so a lot of stuff happening in there. Just kind of taking a look. Going back very slightly, Actually, we'll dissect this real quick. So go back to kind of that overlook place that you were at. Like, this is a really, really awesome effect, I feel. Like, if you look, it's actually just the fog, and then the trees in the foreground. That thing in the back is just a picture that's plastered over.
Right.
But that's kind of very cleverly hidden because of this fog effect, kind of obscuring everything around it. But that's actually just like kind of a photograph or a JPEG just plastered on a flat surface.
Yeah.
So, but it's a really awesome effect for this. It gives a great depth of field inside of this, and along with the fog. You notice that the fog also has kind of two layers. There's one kind of near the tree line and one in the foreground.
Right.
Which the fog is one of the main components for why I decided for PS2. Going back to the bathroom, we start in this really grungy, dingy bathroom that, like, clearly nobody's been in for, like, years.
Or never cleaned.
That too. So, and we start with James looking at himself in the mirror.
Right.
And that kind of gesture of wiping over his face. And you get these facial expressions, too, which is something that's really interesting when you're talking about this generation. Because it was very difficult to animate those types of things.
Right.
James comes here in his car. He's kind of forced to go out on foot at this point. But he's able to pick up the map just as easily here. But he rubs his face, almost as if it's kind of this... I don't know how I would put it. It's like you don't exactly think what you're at is real. Like this disbelief.
Yeah.
So if you actually want to keep going down this path a little bit too, I want to point something out that I always thought was kind of hilarious once I noticed it. You notice looking at that sign up there,
Yeah.
it says Paleville National Park 40 miles, which is where Sybil kind of pulls over Alyssa's mom
Yeah.
in the movie. And then you look at Paleville, so it's like Paleville 10 miles,
Yeah.
Old Silent Hill, which is 50 miles. Okay? So Old Silent Hill is where the first game takes place,
Okay.
which is across the lake. And then Brahms, which is 265 miles.
Yeah.
So this is a huge misunderstanding, I feel, between the Japanese using the metric system
Right.
and Americans using the standard system. Because why the hell would Sybil, a detective or a police officer from Brahms, which is
Right.
265 miles away, ever come to Silent Hill?
Right.
You know, like, just this absurd distance that she has to travel. But clearly it's blocked off, so the game very quickly pigeonholes you in the direction you kind of need to go into.
But if you see him on the sign, it says "We come." That's pretty awesome. The subtle things you don't notice when you were a teenager.
So it's pretty simplistic going through this first section. Just kind of getting you acclimatized to the area. Great graphics coming into this. I know I mentioned it before, but it just continues to kind of blow my mind when you're talking about it. So I mentioned The Mist, and I actually do own a copy of the HD version of this game that was released on PS3. I decided against that for a few reasons. On Best Friends Play, they actually did a very comprehensive playthrough of Silent Hill 2. And Pat, the guy on there, actually talked about some of the differences between the versions. And probably the most stunning of them, there's been frame rate issues and things of that nature, but those have been pretty much patched out. The big difference here is the fog. Fog plays such a huge atmospheric role in this game. And the thing is the PlayStation 2 actually had a specification in it that no other system has had, where it did fog and smoke and translucent and transparent effects extremely well.
Right.
To the point where you can get effects like this. Like, the game can render further than this. It is a clever way to keep it from looking like it's junk, you know,
Right.
400 feet up the road. But at the same time, it wants to be this foggy. And it does a great job of using that asset that the PS2 had. If you're looking at the PS3 re-release, the fog is much less dense, it's much worse textured. So we're going to come up to an area coming up, and I'll make a mention of just how impactful that can be on the game as a whole. But immediately you come up to the save point of the game, and it mentions it's digging in his head.
Yeah.
You know, pulling away
Have
at
a
him.
reason why you're saving things.
Yeah. I'd also like to mention, if we go into our inventory, so one of the big things is you start your inventory and you have two things. A photo of Mary, who they mentioned is his wife that he's looking for, but she's dead.
Right.
And the other thing that we have is a letter from Mary, and he mentions how crazy it is. So the question is, what is he doing in this town trying to find a dead person?
Right.
No. Like, and
He
that's...
doesn't believe it, though. That's the whole point. He thinks someone's trying to pull a fast one on him.
And this will be kind of shown later on in the game, much, much later. But the concept of him coming to this town is made all the more bizarre by the revelations that happen late in the game. So here we get a nice look at the graveyard, and we get to have our next cutscene that's going to kind of show off this game's graphical capabilities.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This, this town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone.
Who is it?
Someone... very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your
No,
problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
Alright, so immediately, something you need to kind of realize, immediately when you look at that, is the body language that Angela has. Like, even in this thing, you notice she has, like, her arms are very crossed, and it's not like she's necessarily cold, she's wearing very warm clothes, but she's obviously very guarded. So, out of curiosity, how old do you think Angela is?
Mentally or physically?
Her body, like...
Her body? I give it like 23.
She is a teenager, from what I understand.
She's 18?
Maybe even younger, maybe even 16. So this is a person that has obviously been aged beyond her years.
Yeah.
And you mentioned mentally also. There's obviously something very kind of off about the way she interacts with you. When you say you're lost, she almost seems surprised that that's even a possibility.
Right.
Aren't you looking for someone?
That's right.
But not only that, like, immediately when James comes up, she immediately becomes extremely guarded, almost to the point of complete terror, just losing her shit that he's coming close to her.
Right. Well, it's a stranger danger, of course. If she's 16, you know, some grown-ass man approaches you, you better be guarded. Alright, let's... Okay. Let's see what...
So we can kind of continue on here. Not too much in the graveyard, and as I mentioned, at this first section, it's very linear, just getting you acclimatized to the controls and everything.
Is that the way... That's the way I came.
So you notice this game... Oh, so I guess since we're on this as well, we can kind of look at something. So I mentioned that the other Silent Hill game happens on the other side of Toluca Lake, which if we go north, there's Toluca Lake, and there's Lakeside Amusement Park and Lakeview Hotel, which play integral parts in the first game.
Yeah.
So, like, what it's saying is that that little loop is apparently, what was it, 50 miles to Old Silent Hill?
Yeah.
And you can actually run that distance in this game. So, that really odd idea of distance, again, coming from the Japanese.
So everybody's just really giant. We're in giant land. Taking mile steps. Alright. And if they got rid of all this fog, I'd be able to see which way I'm going. It's up to me, I'd be able to just walk into the lake. Just on accident. Those deaths. Deep deaths. Alright, let's... You would know this more than I would, but in the future games like PS3 and on, did they change the controller scheme away from the tank controls?
This game actually has the ability to not have tank controls and have directional controls. If you were to go into the options, which I want to say maybe select. Options, there we go. It mentions that the control type, there's 3D type, and then there's directional 2D. So you could give that a try if you'd like to give it a shot.
Yeah.
I don't know how much or how much better it's going to do for you, but...
Yeah.
Better?
Yeah.
Right, and you know how to center your camera, right? Let's figure something out. I want to say it's L2. Like you would just tap L2 when it's behind you. Anyway. So we can continue on. So you do have a stamina system in this game where you can start off as sprinting, and then over time you kind of go off to a jog.
Right.
And it refills as time goes on. So I want you to actually sprint for a little bit. And then kind of, once he stops, kind of stop. Yeah, just kind of catching his breath. Nice little touch to the game. Just continuing to give you an overall atmosphere. Just an overall atmosphere for this game is excellent in general in all Silent Hill games. I would say that's the big turning point between a Silent Hill and a Resident Evil game. A Silent Hill game, or a Resident Evil game, you're worried about the enemies that are approaching you. When you're talking about a Silent Hill game, you don't even want to walk into an area. It's just this overall feeling of dread and anxiety that pervades this place.
Well, you could already start hearing things rustling around, and someone that's played these games, you know what they're aiming for. You could hear the struggling. We're coming up to the scene.
Got a little bit more to go on it.
Where's your cardio at? Come on, James.
So the funny part is the PC version of this game actually has an enormous amount of things that are very odd about it and kind of broken even.
Yeah.
The quick save feature was implemented rather poorly and causes a lot of bugs inside the game. And in general, just a lot of kind of anomalies happen in the PC version. But we get this head-on view also. Like, very often when you enter a new area, it'll go face-on with James. And a big motif of this game, I think, or a big theme of this game, is looking at yourself. Or examining yourself, or looking at who you are, even. And you'll kind of see that revisited at multiple places in the game. Oops, sorry about that.
Right here. Stuff. It's kind of always the daunting task is getting into the town.
Well, and then getting out, right?
Yeah.
Depending on the game that you're in. Oh man, Roadrunner? There we go. We found it. Time to go back to the car.
I mean, he didn't even try his car again. Like,
Well, it's pretty obvious because the road is closed off at that
Yeah.
time, and then like the only way he has is on foot, so you can't really do a lot as far as that's concerned.
I like just to note that it's every time that I let go of the run button, it does stagger. It doesn't keep.
So if you want to actually hit that gate on the right, I think there's an opening somewhere there. Yeah, that gate, maybe? Maybe not. Okay, so it's a little later then. Not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Okay, so there. You notice you literally walked up to this corner?
Yeah.
And you see the fog in the distance there. That is, I believe, called the line figure. So you can just barely make out this form. In the PS3 version of the game, when you walk up, before you even hit that blood splatter, you can see that guy.
Huh.
Because the fog is just of such lower quality that you can make out the form. And I don't mean like you can see his outline. Like, you can see him. He's
Okay,
like
he's
just
just
standing there in
standing
the road. So like just a huge difference in atmospheric quality there, and that's again like the huge reason why I decided on the PS2 version over doing something with like the PC, which I couldn't guarantee was going to have better fog effects, or the PS3 version. So
Trying to flip me every which way.
so obviously game wasn't designed for the 2D directional movement, you know,
Yeah.
like. But, yeah, very quickly you're noticing it gives you blood, which is your clear trail to kind of go forward if you want to. But
Yeah.
it gives you the ability to kind of move around a little bit.
Right, I'm just kind of trying to search for like health items or something. If I can see them. I remember them being on the streets.
So I have a question for you. How empty is this town?
Well, it seems kind of deserted at this point. Or it's like 4 a.m.
Like, I know this is kind of middle... Well, I don't know if I'd say middle America, but it's a very small community. But, I mean, there's nothing.
There's
Nothing.
nothing going on.
There's cars. So there's the idea that something's here, that something could live in this area, but you haven't seen anything other than whatever this mystery creature is.
Right, but James has said, you know, he doesn't really care that there's any type of danger. He would find this odd, and even though he does find it odd, he doesn't care.
You notice how he doesn't even ask what she means by danger, too.
Yep.
Which actually gets played on later in it, or in this game's storyline. So once again, very working on the railroad here, just kind of moving you from place to place. And then the familiar sound.
Oh. Oh,
Alright, so here we get our introduction to combat.
and I missed. Now I'm dead. Yep. God,
X.
fine.
X.
Oh.
There you go. Is it X?
Yeah,
Okay.
I pressed square and it came out, but it kind of lagged a bit. I thought it
What
was.
the hell is it? It's not human.
Good, great deduction, James.
Yeah.
Okay, so just
Or is it though?
Like.
yeah, we're good. So just extremely raw, by the way. We'll get 1 second here, take a short break to fix some video stuff real quick.
Oh, yeah. This thing broken? What the? I better take it anyway. I might need it.
Right, so immediately kind of giving you an introduction to the radio. So, can we just mention just the rawness of just pulling a board with a nail out and just
Yeah.
hitting this thing to death? So, we noticed something, a big characterization point about James. He runs into this monster, and you can tell he's scared, but whatever it is inside of him, he doesn't back down.
Right.
He immediately grabs for the closest thing he can and beats this thing to death.
Yeah, which is it does speak a lot about his character because he just didn't run away, which he did have enough time to think about.
He's clearly scared too
Yeah.
when he looks at the thing.
Yeah, he could have just booked it where he came. He was like, "Fuck this," later. But he decided not to. He decided to beat something. It could have been a leprechaun, guys. We've never seen a leprechaun before in real life. Could have been a leprechaun. Could have been a bunch of gold. He would have been rich.
So if you can go ahead and beat down another line figure and then just take a look at it for a second, so we can. Should be one coming up here.
There it is.
Okay, so that's another thing too. Is you see this kind of spray that happens. That's actually going to be relevant for some of the points that I'm going to be making.
Ah! Oh yeah, where's dodge? Nope, dodge.
Wow,
Double spin.
it's all right. So as you can see, combat not particularly involved. I believe it's just like X near them to kick. Just normal X. There we go. Give him another one if you can. Okay. So just kind of taking a look at this guy. We can't get the best look, obviously. Also kind of look around the street. Make sure you're not going to get jumped. Okay. By the way, nice little, what do you call it? Nice little detail is you carry the blood on your footprints. So this creature, I believe it's called the line figure, but basically it's this armless torso, basically husk, almost like formless. Things that come to mind with it, something in like a straitjacket. It pukes out this material. It's got a very almost latex texture to its body, almost like a condom, and that's actually on purpose.
Yeah.
I was gonna
Right. So, yeah, this feeling of being incomplete, even.
Yeah.
So, and then it spits out this goo. So, whenever you go through this game, a lot of these are direct manifestations of the way James feels in his relationship with Mary, and just his guilt in general. You'll probably chug a health drink. I think you should have one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, direct manifestation of how he feels as a person, his self-image, and his interactions with Mary. So you remember this time about Mary having a terminal illness that kills her. And, you know, the ideas behind that, being very sick, projecting, usually you vomit or you lose fluids. So that idea getting pushed into this monster form. And I mentioned the condom form, and that's really important. Many of the enemies in this game have a slight sexual tinge to them, and that's on purpose. Because if you think about it, you know, when you have a terminally ill spouse or loved one, you know, they're terminally ill, but you know, someone's got to get busy. Yeah. But you can't, you know. So obviously there's this feeling of frustration that builds up inside of you as a person that's very typical of people who have to deal with terminal illness in loved ones. And these are things that James has obviously had to struggle with when Mary died.
Right.
So we just got done getting rid of the first lion figure. So we're going to want to, if you go on the map real quick. So we got a couple of objectives here. So we're going to want to hit basically Catch Street and go up Martin Street, and we're going to be able to find kind of the next key item in there. Also, if you go to the map, in the bottom left, you'll see Neely Street. Next to there's Neely's Bar. We kind of want to head there to show off that. That's a little extra, but it shows, again, more of this this atmosphere. Yeah.
Lindsay.
So we want to hit Martin Street. And as you can see, many of these creatures are so far away that you don't even have to deal with them. Which is, you know, for better or worse. But this isn't meant to be a combat-centered game, as I mentioned.
Yeah. Alright, let's go to Neely's Bar. I feel like getting a drink. I don't recall, does he even drink in this game?
I don't think so, actually.
This isn't no Metal Gears, so can't sneak on the ground. Gotta go clear.
So if I remember, the door that you're looking for on Neely's Bar is on Neely Street. Because there's 3 doors to it, so...
Haha, you won't get me, Gypsy Woman. Nope. I'm in and out.
Where are we at?
We're in between.
We're on Martin Street, okay.
Alright.
It's time to put on the ukes. Speed Fuel. That's exactly where you want to go. Speed Fuel.
Yeah.
Typical American town, right?
Jeez.
So there's Neely's. Okay, so this door doesn't open. Let's try a door on the side, maybe.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yay.
So this is a really interesting part of this game that really shows you just how absurd it is. And gives you, again, just these more, just touching on atmosphere as much as possible. So this map is really nice. What it does immediately is it shows you all the places that are blocked off in the town, which is great for kind of a first time through. It also gives you an idea of different things like Martin Street, which is where we need to head to get our next key item. And it'll mark it on your map as well. So if we look around this bar real quick, we see probably one of the biggest things in this. So what it says there is it says, there was a hole here, but now it's gone. Or, sorry, turn? Yeah, but it's gone now. So this idea that there are people here, first of all.
Right.
Or something is here. Because that doesn't just write itself.
Nope.
And that could even be an allusion to Silent Hill 4, The Room. And in that game, what would happen is these kind of holes would appear in places, and you'd move through them, kind of like dimensional portals from your hub. So that can be construed, I should say, as an allusion to that game, even though that happened many years later.
Right. But that was kind of the thing about the room was that's why it was called the room, because of that central hub, the gates, or the chains. Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, these guys are super chumps. Like, they're obviously very disturbing figures. I think one of the best ways that you can create monsters is to take something that's familiar and make it uneasy or something not right with it.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's nothing particularly interesting about a bipedal figure kind of walking around, but the minute that you make it atypical, you give it that type of skin that has that sheen to it. You give it these like burn marks or like potch marks or pustules on it.
Right.
Just turning the regular supernatural.
Or you could be like, ooh, it's wet. Yeah. I think this guy's not gonna give me an easy pass.
Remember that, I think a straight X is a kick. Oh, well. Now he's up. Now he's spitting acid. Time to go, kids. Alright, so real quick before you drop this text box, something else that you'll notice throughout this game. Does his body remind you of anything?
Kind of reminds me of beef jerky. But of something.
Okay, maybe we want to move, actually. But if you look at that, and there are various other models in this game,
right?
Many of the human models that you just kind of see mutilated in this game are actually modified models of James.
Wow.
So for that one, like, it might have been difficult to see, but you could make out his coat, for example. You can make out his pants.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it from this angle.
Yeah. Very clearly on purpose, too. And not just, like, trying to reuse assets. Although that is a clever way of doing it, Okay, so we just got a key, and we want to head to Woodside Apartments as our next thing.
I think I'm going towards the right direction.
Which is marked down there, so it's going to be further down Cat Street. And once again, your radio is your silent reminder that there are enemies around. And some people have mentioned that they think that the radio reduces tension, as far as, oh, I know enemies are here.
Right.
But the thing is like, I don't know, what's your take on it? I guess I should say that first.
The radio, I would say, can be...
A little rich.
Yeah, it can raise attention, especially if you can't see, like, when we get later into apartments. Where you can't see where it's coming from, but you know something's there, and then once you actually meet some of the bigger enemies. But most of it, I'm just trying to listen to where to avoid, because once I hear it coming in, I know not to be in that area.
So immediately, for you personally, you don't think it's a signal like, oh, there's an enemy here, I should get ready for combat? Your immediate response is like, this is someplace I shouldn't even be in.
Right.
Type of thing.
Like, let's see if it's going to be in my way.
Like, I do not want to be here, unless I have to.
Right. But these are just these enemies. So... Already, I just have... I'm...
Very slightly, just you kind of messing around with this too, it almost feels like 3D controls would have been better for you. Because I see you kind of struggling to move around enemies and stuff also. But if you want to stick with it a bit longer or whatever, see if it works out. But this is where our first real kind of destination is for the game. No use for garbage.
No
There's
use
nothing for that. Except that one time when you could use it.
You can burn it.
So we have just one door we can go through here to
Yeah,
start
I
off
think
on
it's
it.
that one.
So you'll notice that, like, fences and kind of barbed wire are huge design points, I guess you would say, inside of Silent Hill. You'll see them return to again and again and again over the course of the series, which I do plan on looking at a couple of the games over the course of this October marathon. But even in the town normal, or in the normal part of the town in this game, they really try to push that visual as well.
I'm a frequent saver.
Save early and often. You might even want to rotate saves just in case we get into problems or something.
Yeah.
Should be enough room on the memory card. Remember, kids, when you're playing survival horror, rotate your saves if you can. Because otherwise you end up with absolutely no ammo against the last boss. And then you look like a big, huge, stupid doo-doo head.
Or you can just be good.
Alright, so we're going to want to go through that door right there.
Oh,
That's almost invisible on my
Yeah.
TV.
Yeah. Thought I clicked on it.
Okay, and we're going to go... Basically, you're going to hit a side hall midway through here, and you're going to take that to the left and go to the end, and enter the door there. Okay, so it looks like we went the opposite direction. So you might want to recenter your camera. There we go.
Obviously, see anything. But it's if I try and see that. Ugh. Can I juke it? Can I? Nope. Alright. See if I can.
Can I juke that which I cannot see?
Oh, yeah! Miracle.
Alright, so you're gonna have a couple more jukes going down that hall. The one you were just at. And you want to go to the end of there, and that'll give you your light, so... So as you can see, playing on light exceptionally well. And you gotta remember, this is, again, a PS2 game. Like, there are lighting effects in this era of gaming, but this is, again, one of the first games where I feel they really, really pushed it.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and open up our map. Might give us a little bit better indication of where this is supposed to be. So,
Okay.
a little bit further up. 208 is where we want to be at.
Yeah, it's a little difficult.
Yeah.
On this old TV. So. There you go.
This is at full brightness boost also
Yeah.
through the game, so...
Yeah.
Alright, so... Interesting. Okay, maybe we went in the wrong room. Let's, alright, so... 208 last... Oh, we're looking for the shelf. So there should be a key on a shelf. Oh, okay. So I guess you need the flashlight first to do this.
Okay.
Okay, so what we'll do then is we're going to go all the way to the east in the main hall for second floor. And that'll give us the flashlight. So yeah. So this is a big component of the game too. If you don't have light, you can't use certain items, you can't see certain items, and you can't even see the map. So we're going to head into 205, I think. Left.
Jukes away. Oh. Why do you do Huh? Yeah. It's so
So do you remember the
satisfying.
first time that you went into this? Actually, real quick. Okay, so go into the main part of this room. Okay. Now, move forward a little bit. Now, again, this motif, looking straight on at yourself, and this time it's so blatant. Like,
Yeah.
there is nothing else you can see except for a wall and your character.
Yep.
And that's the only thing being lit up here. As you move closer, okay, so we're going to take just a moment here too. This idea of someone looking at you
Yeah.
is a big thing here. So, like, looking at yourself and then how someone else sees you and how you see through them. So why is this a big motif too? Do you recognize that dress at all?
Yeah, I would say that's his wife's dress. That's
Yeah, the
something
exact same one in the photo from before. I mean, if you want to open up your menu real quick. Yeah, it's kind of... That caught me a bunch of times too. But if we just take a real quick look at the picture... Like, it's kind of hard to see, but that is indeed the exact same dress.
Yeah, it's a little bit washed out, but look it up, kids.
Yeah. So, we're going to pick this up, and immediately we're going to get introduced to the next monster on kind of the setup. Which is the mannequin, so have fun, I guess.
Yeah.
So, let's kind of... Can we get a good look at him, kind of, if you can... Can you do L2 to free look, and then use the right stick to kind of look down? Okay, well... Maybe not the best, huh? Alright, well, as you can see, you have this kind of shimmering outside, which obviously it's supposed to have almost a plasticky appearance. It almost makes it look moist, even.
Yeah.
Which, again, that push for kind of a sexualized monster.
Yeah.
2 sets of legs. Obviously...
2 bottoms.
Yeah, again, obviously this kind of push towards a sexualized image of a monster. Something familiar, yet twisted. Which is a motif that you'll see all the time.
Looking at that, man.
Slightly beautiful, and yet absolutely disgusting type of thing.
I mean, clearly, his wife's mannequin didn't have butt. For that one, though.
Alright, so that's pretty much all we need to get inside of this. Okay, so when we head out, we're going to make a right at the corner and go to room 210. So go down that path again, and you're going to hit one of the side doors. So circle is to turn off your light, I believe. Okay, so yeah, I hit that 210. So a big part of this game, light once again. In this game, if your light isn't on, enemies have a much harder time seeing you. But obviously you have an extremely hard time seeing them as well. You can use this to your advantage to move through areas without expending much ammunition. You can also scare the shit out of yourself when there's tons of monsters around and you can't see them at all, or you don't feel like you can effectively fight them. However, you can't just walk around with your light always off, because as I said, sometimes you have to be able to see around you, both for combat and for picking up items and doing puzzles.
Right.
Particularly the using keys on doors. So we'll get a couple of nice little clips of handgun bullets here. We aren't going to be doing too many of these side rooms, but I figure getting a little bit of extra, considering 12 years of absence from this game, probably would help.
Yeah, I definitely don't remember a lot of the places, so...
Alright, so now we're going to go ahead and... We're going to go back to the main stairway, and we're going to go ahead and see what we're going to see what floor 3 has to offer us.
Before I even walk out the door, let's see. Gotta plan it out. Alright, stairs. Those stairs. Up. Got it. No, I might actually start. Might be second guessing the 2D. It's good on paper. So, this is the vending machine.
So I will mention that eventually we will get it to a point that I don't have notes for, and that I haven't played through in like years, so we're just gonna have to kind of fumble our way through it at that point, but
I'm already fumbling my way through it.
that nice kick in the sound, right? So this game has a very ambient soundtrack for the most part. But I will say the single tracks that it does have, where it's actual music, are absolutely amazing. And even these ambient noises do exactly what they're meant to. They're meant to make you feel uneasy. They're supposed to accentuate the mood. They do both of those excellently.
Ow! Hey, wait! Damn it.
With the stick.
Yeah, reach for it with the stick. Get with the stick.
Yeah, I mean that's why.
Fucking shit kids, by the way.
Yeah.
Just being jerks.
Okay, so.
So there's not many rooms here, so.
Yeah, we got.
But we're going to be going into 301 is the main one. So while some games out there, like, there's a lot of people that don't like Resident Evil 2. Obviously, the tank controls are in this game as well, but they don't like it for that reason. They don't like the fixed camera angles, things of that nature.
Right.
Do you think that you could sell those type of people in this game, or do you think they fit too much in the same vein of gameplay?
Well, there's people that have played the games that we play with those tank controls are about our age, so I think they would have already appreciated it. Now, if we're talking about the newer Resident Evils, where it is the 2D movement that at least that's how I remember it being, especially when you have like computer controls. But I think that, yeah,
second floor we're going to next. But anyway, yeah. So you were saying?
Yeah, I think people would be able to appreciate this game without those movements. Okay.
So you don't think that they're mutually exclusive? You think somebody that doesn't enjoy Resident Evil could still appreciate this game?
Right. It's still a little bit hard since it doesn't have the flashiness of games that have now, because even the later titles of like Resident Evil have become very much theatrical.
Yeah, I'd like to think a big comparison between that is atmosphere and mood in this game compared to action spectacle almost inside the Resident Evil games, which isn't necessarily bad, and it's not necessarily a lesser form of horror, although I would say it is. But that's more of an opinion.
Right.
But it's just a different way of approaching it. So now we're gonna head back to the second floor, and let's kind of look around a little bit. We didn't get a really good look. Like we kind of just went down to the end of that one hall, but nothing really happened. So
Yeah.
let's see if there's any other doors that can help us out there.
Now I'm just doing the exploring, checking the doors.
Yep.
One's locked. Even though he has a gun and a stick, still locked.
Shut up, though. It's video games.
Yeah, video games where you don't think about kicking the door in. But that's also another thing, like, do we really want it being that real? Do we really want to just be kicking down everybody's door? I say yeah. Except for Deadbolt. Okay. Guess I'm gonna check the one.
So as you can see, even though there are a lot of rooms here, most of them are kind of locked off from you. So they kind of direct you quite a bit where to go. An interesting part about this too. We kind of cleared out this area of enemies, but a really nice thing when you're thinking about this is, if you were to run past these guys and expect to get through a door, there might not be a door that's open.
Right.
Which then you're in a very thin hallway, surrounded by enemies, and even though you can get out of that situation in this game. Resident Evil, you're dead. Like if you run into a corner in a locked door and there's 3 hunters behind you, you're dead. Like, you're not getting out of it.
Well, that definitely wouldn't be easy to get out of, especially something like hunters.
Alright, so we're going to want to go north here. And don't be too hasty to go forward. Like, we'll go ahead and go to the end. But don't be too hasty to enter a door. So this is your first foreshadowing into kind of how messed up this place can be. And this is our first appearance of the very, very famous creature Pyramid Head. Known very well throughout popular media, not just Silent Hill and horror aficionados, but he kind of made his way into the meme-verse.
Yeah.
And he's just kind of standing there, menacing you.
Yeah.
And you have no real way of affecting him, but he has no real way of affecting you. But he can clearly see you're there. He is clearly paying attention to you. So let's go ahead and head into room 208. See what that scream was. Because he can't really hurt us right now. I mean, he's behind the gate. What's he gonna do?
Yeah.
Nerd.
Yeah.
Alright, so we picked up a key here, and once again, this mutilated corpse, clearly James.
Yeah.
And you can see this is something that'll get revisited later, but him looking at the TV. And it's not something, again, all of these things kind of get revisited throughout the game, but that scene is kind of recreated later, and you'll see it with a different outcome. So you were mentioning something that you thought was kind of interesting about the way James interacts with the area around him, that you thought was interesting?
Yeah, the way that, like, instead of things just being shiny, like items to pick up, he just looks in that direction, and that still, it gives you a little bit more of maybe a type of realism, because I don't necessarily care for things to be blatantly shown to me, like, hey, there's an item over there, but he just looks over there, and you have to be looking at your character and kind of paying attention, be like, hey, he's looking in that direction, I guess I'm gonna go that direction because there's something there.
Can I also mention something? Turn James to the camera, like just turn him. That is a great lens flare. Like, it's clearly there, but it's not like overpowering and ridiculous like a god ray or something. So it's the light effect is present, but not overpowering to the visuals of it. So we're gonna go ahead and take a real quick short break, guys. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Just gonna freshen up some drinks. Alright, so we're back and we've kind of changed our seating configuration a little bit. So you can show off the game to a new audience.
A newer audience. Right.
I'm ready.
You're ready?
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay. So, alright, we were heading toward. There's the clock, obviously, it shows on the map. Now I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to hit the 207. By the way, this is not particularly one of my favorite areas that I remember in the game when I was younger, but looking at it in a different perspective now, as a grown-ass adult, and it seems a lot shorter than I remember it. But do you hear that sound?
Oh yeah. Oh, I hear it.
Yeah. Pretty much, there's not much I can do in this situation. I pretty much have to fight. Unless I try to get them.
At least they're not too fast.
And they back up too, so. You know what kind of
They really did a good job of making this combat super riggedy raw.
Yeah.
Just busting heads.
Riggedy raw.
It clearly looks like a person would swing a board like that.
And I mean, he's clearly... James is not, like, he's not a military guy, you know? And you can tell that just from his stance and posture in combat, how he swings things. If you want to put on the gun real quick, and just raise it, you don't need to shoot it, obviously, but just... Like, even in the way he holds the gun, you also might want to heal a bit, I guess.
So...
You are on this,
I'm a
babe.
baby. I need all those caffeine.
So, I mean, go ahead and raise the gun.
Man.
So, like, even just the way he holds it, like, let alone anything else, like, you can just tell he doesn't know exactly what he's doing. It's just, like, he's seen it in a movie before.
What's his background again?
It's never
Was he
really
the
fully
serial-
expressed inside of the game.
Wait, was he the serial killer? Or was that the trucker guy?
Oh, crap.
Yeah, and that's
I
fine.
just wasted a bullet.
You'll have plenty, don't worry. I got this all set up. But yeah, even if you caught it there when he did shoot, just nothing happening there, really.
A bunch of butterflies.
So, can we just, before you do this, can we just admit... Okay, actually look at it, then stop. It's too dark, but I think there's something on the other side of this hole. Next. Will you investigate? Can we just agree that James is probably one of the most absurd horror game protagonists out there? That he's just like, burned out hole in the wall. I think I'm gonna stick my hand in. And so, what does he do? I'm just gonna stick my arm right in this burnt hole. Let's go super deep.
I would stick the stick in there.
What? Yeah, why stick your hand in there? Like, shine the flashlight in there. You have a flashlight.
The stick. You don't even have to. Sticks work wonders.
And, you know, he's just...
Alright.
You're gonna find, over time, he's just constantly rewarded for this.
Yeah. It's the
So,
fear.
so it's hard to tell if he's just absurdly stupid, or he's just that disillusioned with his environment.
What is that noise?
What is it? I don't know, you tell me.
I don't know.
What sexual interpretation you have of that noise?
I mean, he is fisting a hole.
Yeah. A glory
space?
hole, even. Because there was glory at the end of it.
A really big glory hole.
All these butterflies. I mean,
What's the significance there?
the butterflies.
Mm-hmm. Like metamorphosis thing or what?
Yeah, and something that you get from all the Silent Hill games is if you get a background to the characters, it's always very light. Like, you might get an occupation, maybe where they're from, and, like, who their family is.
Yeah.
But you won't really learn much about them at all. Which is fine. I think one of the big mistakes that a lot of horror media makes, be it movies or games, is they feel like they have to explain everything.
Yeah, I kind of
And-
like that you don't know too much about the characters.
Yeah. Well, and just in general, like, plot and storyline in general. Like, have you seen It before, by chance, Jenna?
It, like
Yeah.
the clown.
Yeah, the Stephen King movie.
No. Well, I mean, I
okay.
know what it is, but I will not watch it.
Okay, well, try to imagine how disillusioned and how mood-breaking it is when you realize that It isn't just some scary psycho clown with a bunch of powers, but he's an alien. A spider alien. Like,
Is he? Is that actually
that is, yeah,
what?
he's a spider alien.
That's kind of disappointing.
Sorry for ruining a movie's plot that's like 20 years old.
I'm sorry. That seems like an easy way out.
But it's... He didn't need to explain away what this thing was.
Right.
Like, he could have just kept it this metaphysical entity. And that's, I think, one of the strongest points of the Silent Hill games, is they explain just enough to where you're still asking questions, even near the end of the game.
Right.
Is it guessing time?
And that's what I like about the
If
fact.
you go out of here,
I'm sorry.
Wait,
you'll actually
wait.
see a clue on the wall in this room.
Oh, okay.
But that's what I like about the fact they don't explain too much with the characters. Is you're kind of just thrown into the story here, and you don't know too much, and that also adds a
You can actually look
fear
closer
sort
at
of
it.
element.
Yeah, that's true.
The not knowing really anything.
Now, there is a caveat to that. I do think you need to say something.
Yeah.
Like, there needs to be some, at least enough for people to either draw conclusions
Okay,
or have
obviously,
theories about it.
that's
Yeah, they need to
hours,
feel a little
minutes.
satisfied. Like, you gotta
and
give them
seconds.
something to go
Yeah.
off of here.
Okay, so it is 10.
So keep in mind that a hour hand will not always be pointing directly at the hour
Yeah,
because of what the minutes are.
yeah.
So, and these are obviously very kind of basic caliber puzzles, but I think that's fine. You want to kind of challenge your players a tiny bit, but you don't want to make it so absurd that they're spending hours figuring out a puzzle, which I have actually done on games before.
Which ones?
A lot of point-and-click adventures, actually. I remember there was an enormous... You know what slide puzzles are, by chance?
Mm-hmm.
There was a 25-piece slide puzzle where when you moved one piece, another piece would move also.
Oh my god.
So it was pretty rough. And then there was this microchip puzzle as well, which we don't like to talk about in the stream. Took me over 5 hours to figure out what to do.
Oh my
Am I
gosh.
just not... I'm trying to look.
So how many minutes do you think it is?
It's well, if it's, then it'd be like 10.
Yeah, so if it was 10 minutes after an hour, where do you think that hour would be at, based on what it is?
That's about like 10. Looks like it.
So if it was 10 o'clock, so if it was 10:10, where would the cursor be for hours?
Alright.
There you go.
Yeah. So, you know, obviously it's past 10 or 9 o'clock, but just slightly. So that's why it's not exactly, you know, horizontal.
Okay. It.
Writing on this clock, the scars of the past shall remove the nail that stops time. Push the clock. Like, who would think to push the clock here, too? Like,
Yeah. Because I would have just went. I would have just like shoved it. A little bit.
like no indication. I think it says that there's scrape marks on the ground, maybe. But
yeah,
It
on
does,
the other
yeah.
side, it does say that there were scrapes.
Yeah.
Like you can kind of see that it's been moved. Ah. definitely not breaking any world records.
Okay, you're doing way better than I.
Oh, look at that.
Alright, so we should have a health drink on the puzzle here as well, so
Oh.
if you want to get that before you save.
Oh.
Or whatever.
I
Not a
thought
big deal.
something was happening.
And then we are looking to head north out of this room to the stairs. And from the stairs, we're gonna head to the 3rd floor and see if we can't get that key.
Wait,
that
did this
shit
used
kid
to be
kicked.
like somewhere that someone lived? It's all hidden.
What all these? It just lets you go through the next room, which is it was blocked by. All right, upstairs. This way. And these those fire extinguisher things have like an axe, fire axe. There's-
Okay, so we're gonna be going up to the 3rd floor.
Oh, okay.
And there's not a huge amount to do in the 3rd floor. Just kind of wander around aimlessly. You go in.
you
Oh man, nice. I didn't see that. Size.
no.
Oh, you okay?
Come on, he was looking at it.
So, just, and once again, like, just looking at James. Every single time you go into a new area, it's facing him.
Yep.
Mm.
That's the old school way of doing things. Check every door.
I don't know.
Okay, so pretty obvious. So the thing that's funny is James doesn't even seem to hurt Pyramid Head there. Like, he
Yeah.
bumps an entire clip into him, and it's not that he's hurt or visibly injured. He just says, he just, like, fucks off.
Yeah, he's just kind of annoyed.
He's just like, I don't care. You can go chill in your closet, nerd.
Yeah.
The other thing, too, is... So, a lot of people think that Pyramid Head is raping the mannequins. After seeing this game a few more times in that scene, I think I've moved away from that theory. Because, I mean, he's wearing this huge leather skirt. He doesn't... Pyramid Head seems to be one of the few things that isn't sexualized inside of this game in particular. But he's got this huge, heavy, like, skin skirt also, they're clearly far away from him as well, as far as models are concerned. You could say that's a limitation of the PS2. But I think it was supposed to give that feeling that something was sexually aggressive happening, but he's clearly just murdering these things. At least that's how I did after seeing it a few times. So it's supposed to give you the idea of this sexually explicit scene happening, but I don't think there's any actual assault happening.
Why do you think Pyramid Head is the only non-sexualized creature here?
Excuse me?
Why do you think Pyramid Head is the only non-sexualized creature?
I think that has to do with his role in the story. You find out later kind of more of an idea of what Pyramid Head is supposed to be. Or at least it gives clues towards it that people have kind of... There's a lot of theories when it comes to the Silent Hill continuity, especially Silent Hill 2. And sometimes some of them are better than others. I've spoken at length in different other forums where I think sometimes people read into it a little bit too much as far as games. Like when you're talking about the Zelda series, they try and inject what they want to hear rather than what the games are actually implying. But there's a lot of really good material on there on ideas that people have. This game is very much about symbolism and thematics, as Silent Hill games are. So I think I'm willing to give a little bit more credence to theories in this game than some of the other story-based games, because usually in those ones, they spell things out for you, or at least they give you enough to make a pretty clear assumption of what's happening.
Right.
And just acid it right in the face.
Yeah, I couldn't see what if the...
How's James doing? How's James doing?
Mess.
Yeah, he could use... Go ahead and chuck a couple. You can do a couple. Yeah. You're green now. And if you need to check the side. So, you mentioned something else about Pyramid Head during kind of our break when James was in the closet. What was it? What was your question exactly on it? Something you forgot. So
what was my question?
So the thing is Pyramid Head, his role, again, it's explained later in the story, but you have to remember once again that something that really bothers people who watch the movies.
Yeah.
Right. When you're talking about keeping in line with the series as a whole and the movies. The thing that bothers people a lot about seeing Pyramid Head, and Pyramid Head is something that's supposed to be deeply personal to James himself. And I've mentioned earlier that all of these monsters are supposed to be related to how James sees himself and sees his relationship with his wife. And because of that, that's why these monsters appear for him, and they don't appear in other Silent Hill games. The only consistent monsters that are in Silent Hill games tend to be nurses, and that's because of where you go and what the background of the characters are involved in the games. So it's very plausible that nurses would be consistent. And things like cockroaches, which I believe the canon for the game, when they were talking to various writers and game designers for the game, was that things like the cockroaches and stuff are just the latent energy and evil of Silent Hill kind of seeping over
That makes sense, yeah.
into reality.
Yeah.
So they aren't meant to be particularly dangerous, and they aren't supposed to be personal. They're just that overall residual evil and unease that seeps into the town itself.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So to make a long story short, stop putting Pyramid Head in your movies unless James Sunderland is the main character.
Yeah, that's what was so confusing for me, because when we saw that movie about the origins of Pyramid Head and everyone was kind of coming up with their own theories, one of them was that, it was Alyssa's guardian and protector and everything, and...
that's from the movies.
Oh, that was from... Oh. Well, I was just confused because...
See, the reason why that doesn't really stick is because Alessa was in Silent Hill 1. She was kind of one of the main sticking points for characters.
She doesn't go...
There was no Pyramid Head in Silent Hill 1.
Right.
So, I think that's kind of a revisionist history type of view on it, like looking back on things. Which is kind of the similar thing that I mentioned with the place where it said there was a hole here, there is none now. Like, you can look back at that and be like, was that supposed to be a hole from Silent Hill 4? But if you're just looking at it from Silent Hill 2, it just came out and you see that, I think that's more to allude to the Nightmare Room. That, like, maybe if you had gone there in the other Silent Hill, as it's called, there would be a hole there. So,
Cool.
So you have to be always very cautious about that stuff when you're talking about canonically looking at a story.
Yeah.
So we picked up the juice, right?
Yeah.
So this nightmarish horrorscape, there's just a 6-pack of canned juice.
Yeah.
Just sitting at the end of a hallway.
You
Demons
get
have to drink,
thirsty.
too, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so I got the canned
Okay,
juice.
so did we pick up the key that was inside the closet in the pyramid
Yes.
headroom?
Yeah.
Alright.
Let's see, I
Key in
picked up...
closet. So I'll be back in a sec, guys.
Really?
But she is kind of... So Alessa isn't supposed to be the bad guy in Silent Hill 1, but she's supposed to be a key reason why the town is the way it is.
Okay. So
There's a lot of messed up shit that happened in Silent Hill, if you look into the history
Yeah,
of it.
'cause I
In the
was
games
confused.
even, like, just looking at files and such.
Right.
I like to call them data logs, because all you're doing is reading the history, you're not
Yeah,
really living
pretty
it.
much.
But,
So Silent Hill didn't come from Alessa. She didn't create it.
it depends on how you look at it.
Okay. 'Cause if
I
she-
don't think necessarily that's the case, because the way Silent Hill has always been portrayed and the way I've always seen it is it's supposed to be almost it's just a separate reality that's meant to it's meant to torture people, but it's also meant to show them who they really are.
Okay, yeah.
Or to
is
show
it-
them treats.
Is it supposed to be like a sort of
So it's a
personal
punishment.
limbo, or is it hell, or?
I think you could see it almost as almost like Dante's hell.
Oh, okay.
Where the people want to be punished for what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So we actually want to go up to the second floor real quick. We're going to go into a side area that's just outside the staircase where the laundry chute is. And it turns out that there's a bunch of... Or not laundry chute, but trash chute. And it turns out there's a bunch of trash there that just so happens to be stuck no matter how much James tries to push it, but, you know, all he needed was a can of juice to unclog it.
Yeah.
So in Silent Hill 1, Alessa brought the Silent Hill hell sort of thing to her own personal reality.
You can think, again, there's a bunch of different ways you can see it. You can see it that way, that Silent Hill 1 is kind of a personal interpretation of the hell that Alessa has, or the hell of the previous town, their cult.
Mm-hmm.
Because the thing is Harry, the protagonist in the first game, he at least doesn't seem like a bad guy.
Yeah.
He really doesn't. As far as I know, I haven't played all the games, but as far as I know, Harry has never had any real dirt. He's just been a person that's trying to find his little girl.
Right.
So the idea is that perhaps Alessa is able to draw other people into her Silent Hill,
Right.
which is a concept that we're going to see later.
Okay.
This right here, what you're walking through now, this is James' Silent Hill.
Right.
And that's the reason why this is different than Harry's, why Harry's is different than Heather's, who's in the third game, which is why it's different than any other protagonist, because it's their version of hell. And I mentioned Dante Alighieri's Inferno.
Right.
The idea that hell isn't meant to be just the people want to be punished because they deserve it for some reason. And it's not like some masochistic feeling in that way. It's just like, this is what they have sown and they want to pay what is owed. So here we have, according to police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing a carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss and the spoon buried 2 inches deep. This is Walter Sullivan, who plays a major part in the 4th game. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said he didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil, forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me. Schoolmate then added, I guess when I think about it, he was kind of crazy.
What's the red devil? Or is
What
that
is the
out?
red devil?
I think I read it.
So we picked up a coin there, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so now we're going to go back kind of the way you were trying to go, actually. So we're going to go out the back door into the courtyard.
Yep.
And you're going to search the courtyard for another key item. And then we're going to exit into the east building after that.
So, do you think because all of these characters that are in their own personal hells, like their own Silent Hills for a reason because they did something bad, do you think that that makes them slightly good in some way because they do want to kind of pay for their sins, or?
It depends. Again, it's the whole point of this is I keep saying it depends.
Yeah.
But it really is. It's
Yeah, shit.
the ideas here are so metaphysical that it really is up to you as an observer to make that distinction, and the game never really forces that on you. Maybe we could use some gun bullets? You should have a bunch by now.
Triangle.
Just make sure that, okay, you have 9 bullets, so make sure that you're reloading on time. So you don't do me in Resident Evil 3. I was dying all the time because I was accidentally reloading. I miscount by 1 bullet.
Oh, man. So you don't have to aim? That's nice.
You do, but because it can be kind of a minor auto-aim.
Well, that'll be helpful to me. Dad! Oh my god!
Yeah, very...
That's...
Just that cockroach
No!
type of crawl.
Kick. There you go.
Get it!
Up, up.
Get it!
Up.
Get it! Yeah, for good measure.
Reload. Oh.
Why is there a baby crib in there? That's creepy.
Alright, so we got another coin. Alright, so you want to go into the menu, see if we need to reload real quick? Yeah, we can reload. Alright, so we're going to exit into the east building.
And I'm playing it and you're freaking out. Whoop.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. Time. No jump or...
Hands are busy.
Alright. East.
Sure.
Boy.
Alright, so we're going to go into 101 and 104. Just going to pick up some bullets along the way, so don't be afraid to use them. Also map, probably.
Yeah, I think I... Oh.
So I know with the nurses, you don't want to be loud or anything or really move much. But is there any other part of Silent Hill where you don't want to use the gun because you'll attract things to you?
In this game, it's more based... There is a noise component, but more than anything, it's more based around light.
Oh, okay.
So if you're standing under a light, you're in danger. If you have your flashlight on, you're in danger as well.
Okay.
So when you're talking about like moving through this game very rapidly, many people turn off the flashlight just to prevent enemies from getting triggered and so that they don't have to waste ammunition or time on them.
Okay.
Because even though they seem really dangerous, honestly, if you just keep moving, like you pick a direction and keep moving towards it, a lot of enemies have a really hard time hitting you in this game.
Yeah.
I like
it's
that.
It's a narrow corridor that I have problems with because if I don't get the right angle, I can't like run right around.
Yeah.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird-looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
So super puking at his guts there. So, without saying too much about our good old friend Eddie here, you notice, I forget what the term is, and if you look at the body there, once again, it's James. It's just, especially if you were able to spin the camera in the debug mode, it's James.
Yeah.
But he immediately goes defensive. He's like, I didn't kill the guy, I swear, honest. Not even thinking that, like, anything else, but he's... Obviously, you don't do that if someone comes in on you throwing up in a toilet and there's a dead body. That's not the way you act. So obviously something's up with Eddie. We know that he's not exactly... I don't want to say he's not all there, but something's not on the level about him. But there's also something where basically when you kill somebody and you're not used to it, or it's kind of one of your first times, it's very common for people to get sick. And we see Eddie's kind of puking his guts out. So, I mean, that's kind of a symbol for, or a sign of things to come, I should say. But the other thing that was kind of mentioned in there was that James asks him, hey, have you seen this red pyramid thing? And Eddie goes like, what are you talking about? And that's, again, further proof of this idea that, like, everybody has their own personal Silent Hill. Eddie doesn't see the same Silent Hill that James does. He doesn't see these monsters. He mentions that he sees weird monsters, but he never talks about them more than that. So it's clear that Eddie has his own personal demons that he's fighting on the side or trying to avoid. And that there's a reason that he's here. And his personal Silent Hill is a manifestation of what he has done to come here.
Ah.
It's right in the face every time.
Right. Cute. Was it? Oh.
Go ahead.
Was it Silent Hill 3 with Heather when she's talking to was Vincent?
Vincent or
was it
Douglas? The
Vincent.
detective?
It was Vincent. And Vincent, like Heather was talking about seeing the monsters everywhere, and Vincent was like, "You call them monsters, or you as monsters, or something like that."
That's another kind of thing too, is the idea that like, are these things actually monsters or are they something else?
Right.
And you could see it as different things. Like some people have drawn the parallel based on that line that they're just killing humans.
That's what I was thinking.
But there's not enough support for that, I think. I think it's much more likely that he's talking about the ambiguity of what these things are. Like, what their purpose is. Like, are they really a monster, or are they really monsters, or are they something that's necessary and required? Like, kind of, if you think of bees, like, everybody hates bees, but they're super necessary for, plant life to survive.
Right. Could they be souls? Or damned souls or something?
There's a lot of things that people have said to that effect. It's just, again, it's never been fully explained, and I don't think it ever will be, and honestly, I hope it never is. Because the minute that they pull away the curtain with Silent Hill, number one, it's going to make a lot of people mad. Number two, it's going to cheapen the games extremely hard. And number three, any future games to come will be crippled because they'll have to fit in with that view of the world of Silent Hill.
True.
Alright, so now I'm kind of in a point where, like...
We don't know where we're going now?
Yeah.
Okay, do we have 3 coins?
2.
We have 2? Okay, so... And where are we at? Are we still in the east building?
Just unlock the door for the stairs.
Okay, so if we're still in the east building, then we actually want to go back to the main. Oh wait. You're on the second. Oh, okay, so you're on the second floor. Okay, you're awesome. So we're gonna take the door on the west end. So you want to go all the way down into the left.
Oh, that one.
That should have you. What keys do we have right now? Do we have the fire escape key? You're good. That's just the screen.
Fire escape key.
Okay, so yeah, we want to go ahead and use that. Sec, guys. I'm gonna freshen up my... You guys can talk if you want to.
Do you think that the people who work on the games, do you think they know about the whole Silent Hill universe and everything, or
they've mentioned it before, or they've mentioned like interviews and stuff where they've talked about it to some extent, but I worry in that regard. And at the end of this playthrough, I might mention something that was leaked by I think it was either a producer, but somebody not directly related to the writing team. And when somebody says something that's not on the writing team, it's akin to me akin to me as a slap in the face to the writer, because they are telling something about the story that either wasn't supposed to be told, or they are making an assumption or just saying stuff. Because if you're a producer, you might have a hand in the development of the game, but you aren't the writer.
Right.
So don't speak for the story if you weren't the one writing the story. And that really pisses me off when games do that, but you see that a lot in game media.
Very true.
Yeah.
But now, like, looking at this game, I remember a lot of it, but I don't. Like, I remember, like, when I reach a certain spot.
Mm-hmm.
Like if we're coming up to the part that I do remember.
When is the last time you played this?
It had been way back in high school. At this part right here.
Ooh.
Would you do it though?
Would I jump?
Maybe not.
Mm-hmm. Wait. What's so important about the fire escape?
Well, you notice right there how close the buildings are to each other.
Mm-hmm.
They're not. There isn't even an alleyway. Like you would have, a person wouldn't be able to walk through it.
Right.
They would have to, like, shuffle sideways through it.
Right.
I find that pretty.
Things are just wrong. Silent Hill.
Super wrong.
Super wrong. How many bathrooms?
Oh, so yeah, here's another absurdity. So you look at this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like there's something stuck inside the toilet. Number one, how does he see this? But number two, proceed. Will you take it out? Just this shit and bodily fluid encrusted toilet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reach my arm right in.
Ew, no! You
There's
still
something in
see
here.
it.
I
Oh
hope
my
it's
gosh.
something I want to find. And he's like in there.
is
He's like down to his
dedicated.
elbow.
He is dedicated, man.
I'm not.
Looks like a wallet.
Oh.
And there's somehow a memo in it. Alright, so
Screenshot it
110, 712.
with your.
it'll
app.
actually save it inside your memo.
Okay, good.
So, like if you go into your menu, there should be a file selection, and it'll be wallet in the toilet.
Okay.
So another nice thing, having files in it, that's something that you will see all the time in survival horror games. You know, Resident Evil does it as well, but it's very nice, especially when you're talking about puzzles, to have access to them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I found the answer. You don't need to make me run back. So we're looking for a safe to use that immediately in this. Okay, so if you want to look at the file again, actually.
Yeah, I remember the
110,
10, 7, 12.
Do you remember the directions?
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, I don't know which way so whichever way the arrow's pointing.
So 1, and then turn it to the
So
right.
1, 2, 10.
You want to type it down here? The keyboard's right next to you.
Oh, so you go 1 to 10 and 7.
A lot harder when you've been.
I was going to say her, since she's right next to the keyboard.
Did that work?
Okay. Got it? So,
Okay.
It's a lot harder to do this. I've been drinking.
someone just blew out their spicy butthole in that toilet, though.
Okay,
Too
so
much Chipotle.
1, and then I assume that the right is hold right and go to 10, or
You don't need to hold it,
Taco
but, you
Bell.
know, go move quickly.
10.
And left 7. Then right 12. Go.
Yay!
Now we get tons and tons of bullets, and now you can use the gun. 'Cause you're fine. It's a little extra thing, but it really can help you out on a casual playthrough. Yeah, you have 96 bullets. You're set. Alright,
Nice.
so now...
Around. Look at that.
Go back to where everything was. Blue Creek Apartments, toilets. Okay, so living room safe. So there should be a health drink. You need the numbers. We got those, and we're ready to exit. So at the end of the hall, you're going to see a door near the exit sign. And go through it.
Okay. Oh, there's the exit.
That door?
So the door near the exit sign, so that one, I'm guessing.
Okay.
And there should be a map next to you. So look around, there's a map. Okay, so our next goal is, I think we're going to hit the first floor, and we're looking at reaching rooms 109 and 105, kind of our next thing. So what do you think? So here's another question. Resident Evil did this as well, but what's your take on just the fact that there's no HUD? Like there's no health bar, there's no bullets, anything on the screen when you're playing this game.
Well, maybe since I've forgotten, I don't really see much of an indication that James is hurt. So there's a lot more urgency to want to go into the menu, and it might... I feel that it takes away from, you know, more of the gameplay. Because, like, maybe I don't know I'm hurt, or I am. And at least visually, it should go up. So I don't mind it too much, but it means more menu time than it needs to be.
I can see where you're coming from. I kind of like that you don't see it, just because you mentioned that you want to go in the menu to check.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that means that there's a degree of tension because you don't know
Right.
how hurt you are at any given time.
Yeah.
I do think you're right that maybe they could have done something a little bit visually. Like, maybe he could, you know, in the Resident Evil games, they limp type of thing. I don't know if that's in this game. When you were lower on health, I didn't really notice it.
I didn't notice it either.
So, that is maybe something they could have added. But, again, I think it's fine as a design choice, but I could definitely see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I don't mind needing to go into the menu to do things, not like instantly press a button, you're healed, is fine. But just not being able to... What? Not being able to, you know, just quick look, you know, or visually find out.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela, okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
You afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say?
How do you know that?
Well, just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please don't.
So one of the best tracks in any of the Silent Hill games, by the way. But once again, just something's really wrong with Angela, especially once you try to get close to her. Once again, this motif of mirrors, looking at yourself. Distorted images too, like you notice how the mirror is kind of cracked and faded at places. Just again, this idea of self-reflection. And if you notice, if you go ahead and go into your inventory, you have the knife that Angela had. And if we look at it, it's stained with something red.
What could that be?
Ketchup.
So, I mean, she didn't look like she hurt herself, right?
Right.
But at the same time, none of the monsters we've fought in have bled red. Right?
Nope.
Like, most of the time it's been this black bile that has come out.
Yeah.
Or at least, it's just an indication, kind of. An inkling into what Angela's past is.
Bring carts.
And the thing that's funny, too, is, like, James has this conversation with her. Like, I'm trying to find my dead wife. And she's like, what? And he has to say this almost to himself. If, again, you're thinking about this idea of the mirror. Like, what am I even doing here in this town looking for somebody that I know is dead?
Alright. We got the 3 coins. Round. Cool.
So, let's see here. We went into 109. Did we get the coin in the photo?
I got the coin. I didn't get a...
Okay, so go back into that room and search in the room where Angela was, and I think it's in the middle of the floor. There should also be some bullets in here as well.
Photo that I'm looking at.
Who was that? You guys know?
Who is it?
You see a little girl, then you see something.
The dad? Or wait.
Could say it's like the dad.
Okay, so we got the knife, we got a coin, we got the bullets. We can exit out of here, and we're headed to 105. And we're gonna run into the desk puzzle. And we can have Jenna try and figure this out.
Yes.
Okay.
And I just scrolled over to make sure.
Oh man.
105. Where's Dan?
Yes! Oh my god, get out of my head!
Alright.
Okay, so there should be a desk here. The infamous desk puzzle.
Desk
There's a
puzzle,
save.
okay.
We'll save after or before?
We can do the desk before.
There's the desk. There you go.
Thank you.
Well, you're gonna have to do it for her, actually. It's the interface, but she can figure it out.
Okay. Something written on the desk. Oh, like. It's to the prisoner's left that he got robbed. Alrighty.
Okay, so we have 5 slots.
Oh wait.
And we got 3 coins. So if you want to go into the menu, that she can see what coins we have and she can try and figure it out.
So if I put a coin in there and it's not supposed to go there, does it pop back out? Or
No.
do I only get one chance?
It's not one chance. Like, you have to complete this puzzle, but it's not going to give you any indication which one's wrong or which one's right.
So which one do you want?
So we have a prisoner, we have an old man, and we have a snake.
Okay.
So if you want to go into that, go into the note again,
Yeah.
so she can read the puzzle again. In the memo.
Or did you write it down so I can read it all at once? Or...
No, don't try to.
No,
to
I
do
mean that's
that
easier,
way.
right? It's easier like that.
Hold on.
Hey, wait, whoa,
Okay.
wow.
Go ahead.
Wait, what was the first one? 3. Wait, where's the typing?
It's down here.
Oh. What was the first? Okay. Oh. Here.
Yeah, we're going normal on this playthrough, so. Which I think is fine. I believe on easy,
Okay.
the game actually just tells you where everything goes. It's kind of ridiculous.
Okay. 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 Okay.
Okay. So let's kind of break this down little by little. So 3 byte coins, 5 holes. It's just, that's what the puzzle is. At one end sits the seducer of she. So what is the seducer of she?
You got the prisoner, old man, and snake. It's
So you're thinking biblical. Who
I would say the
seduces she?
snake.
It's the snake.
Yeah. So at one end,
So at one of the ends.
so snake, the one
It's
from
gonna
behind
be
the
the
woman
snake.
doth play. Formless one null lies farthest from they in the middle. Or, well, at either end. Old one beside the serpent sits doth. The prisoner's left. Wait. Old one. The old man?
So the formless one. So what does null mean?
It's void.
Yeah,
There's a
there's
space.
nothing.
So there's nothing. Okay. So the formless one null is farthest from the bay. So it's the prisoner, the old man, and the snake, and then
And it says the old one beside the surface sits not. So it's the old man's not next to one of the ends.
right. So I'm gonna say there's the 5 holes. The 2 over on the left side are empty, and then it's the old man. The wait, the
So keep
prisoner's
in mind
left.
that the old man
Yeah, so the old man
doesn't
and the
sit
prisoner.
next to the serpent, but that doesn't mean that he can't be the other end or whatever.
But
I'm just throwing stuff out there.
But the formless one null lies farthest from they, so the very end, the other end besides the snake is empty.
Okay.
So it'd be the 2 empty ones on the left side, and then the old man, the prisoner, and then the snake on the right, far right.
Try. Works. Should be able to combine, I think. Oh, maybe.
So old man, prisoner, and snake. Is that the right one? Okay.
Button.
Prisoner.
No? Well, let's try.
So the wind from behind the woman doth play is a hint for the position of the serpent. But here's the thing, you know the serpent's an end, right? So if it's not that end,
It'd be the other
then
end.
try the other end and see if that works.
Oh,
You have to go out. This is, when you're talking about the speedrunning community, this is actually one of the more frustrating puzzles because you can't combine tokens to put them in, and the game's very picky about steps. It's good.
is it the snake,
And
the
will it
old
open?
man, and then the prisoner? On
It
this
is
side?
not. But it does say that the old man is
Beside
prisoner's
this
left, I
or-
believe, right?
Wait, so which one? Sorry, which point is which? I think I'm confused.
The silver one,
Mhm.
that's the old man. This is the prisoner. That's the snake.
So the prisoner can't be there.
Yeah. The old man beside the serpent. Well, the old one doesn't sit by the serpent. So. Well,
It's close. You're close, but
wait, so that's the old man? So beside the serpents,
Or
it's
perhaps
not
the serpent's in the
originally.
wrong spot again.
So, but so.
So you know
But-
the old man's to the left of the prisoner. They have to be next to each other.
Right.
And you know the snake has to be on one of the ends.
Right. But then an empty one
And
has to be the
you know that
furthest
it-
from everything else.
And you know that an empty one has to be on one of the ends. And
Right.
an empty one needs to be next to the snake. Because that's the wind.
Oh, well, so then. Old man and then.
I've already tried.
So then. Old man for snake? Wait, am I. Yeah.
I mean, it always seems easy until, you know,
Right.
are trying to do it.
Well, cause
Alright, where do you want the old man?
the man there. The thing that's confusing me is that it says the empty one, Null, lies farthest from they. So doesn't that mean that
Farthest
my-
from they referring to the snake. That's the only one that you had heard about. The snake and the woman. There we go.
they were? Yay!
Alright, so we got past that.
20 minutes later.
Right.
So that is probably one of the harder puzzles in the game. It's not absurd, but it's, you know, you paying attention and think about it a little bit. So now that we got that key, we need to head to the second floor, and we're looking to go to room 209. And we're going to take the balcony there to 208, and we're going to make a save. So you're okay not saving? I don't know if you...
I already did.
But you want to go second floor, 209. So you'll notice that even now, like, there's not really any enemies to fight right now. So, again, this kind of contrast from Resident Evil. There isn't always something to kill, but there's definitely a pretty high density of it. And they do respawn depending on the events. In this game, there are enemies, but the game really is more focused on the atmosphere. Exploration. Can't always be running out of...
Alright,
God,
so
snacks.
down to we going up to the second floor?
Correct. We're going for 209. The first number tells you the...
Ooh, it's that. Oh god.
So normally if you had gone here before, it would mention that the key is somewhere else within Neighbor. We're just kind of bypassing that a little bit. So, was that a key on the floor? And that whispering? I was just curious if it was. So we're going to take the balcony. Go to 208, and there's bullets and a save. Little notey note. Apartment stairway key.
No?
Looked like it was.
Did you get the bullets, or?
Yeah. I don't agree with puzzles having its own.
Its own level?
Yeah, like, easy, beginner.
Well, it's more the hints that they give you than anything else. That way you aren't like... Some people are really bad at puzzles. I should know. So...
Alright.
So, I mean, they're simple enough that you can find them out even if you are kind of, like, don't know much about puzzles.
Is that it in this one?
Yeah, we are good in 208, I believe. Made your save. So, now we are going to exit and go north the stairwell.
The two sets of legs.
Yeah.
So creepy.
We've doubled the ass stuff. If you're into that.
Dead end. Ooh, yay! Oh, is this when you fight him? Run! Oh my god. Wait, what do you do? Do you... What? Wait, so was it feeding all that thing? What was it doing? So, wait, that... Does the gun do anything? Wondering.
Also, I'm gonna save you some hassle. When the siren goes off, don't be standing near the stairs.
Run!
Get out of there.
Get out
of the
get
stairs.
out!
You're good. So he's gonna fuck off now. So don't move near him. For the love of God. Alright. So the reason I mentioned that is when I was playing the HD remake of this,
Yeah.
I totally forgot about this mechanic, or I never ran into it.
Right.
But he swings way faster at the end of this fight. And if you're standing where he goes, when the siren goes off, he's pathing to the stairs.
Right.
So if you're standing where the stairs are, you're dead. Because he swings so much faster and he has such greater range that he'll just destroy you. So this super flooded building, by the way, on the second floor
Right.
is now unflooded. Yeah, that's your first kind of battle with Pyramid Head. And you notice, again, it didn't seem like you were having any effect. You just kind of
Right.
fucked off and left.
Right.
He had better things to do. But the first real introduction to boss fights and first real combat mechanics, if you can call them that they have in the game. Outside of, just shooting down a shooting gallery hall.
Yeah. I did pretty well for not remembering the fight at all.
Alright, so we're going downstairs and exiting, and you're going to end up in Silent Hill. And we're going to go north to get a scene, and then we're going to make our way to Rosewater Park.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here, anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
So now we're introduced to shit kid Laura,
Shit.
who kicks the key and steps on your hand and then acts like a jerk
Yeah.
when you just want to talk to her.
AKA
I mean, to be fair, James is kind of aggressive there, but especially when she mentions the note, you would think that she might say something, but no, because she's a shit kid and an asshole.
Yeah, we all know that shit kid.
And fuck Laura.
We were all that shit kid.
Fuck you, Laura.
At
Nobody likes you.
12.
So yeah, we're gonna make our way to Rosewater Park now.
Who is Laura supposed to be in this game? Because she mentions Mary, so...
Don't you worry. Don't
Oh,
worry
okay.
about that.
Okay, I'm jumping the gun here.
Okay, enjoy the scenery a bit.
Uh,
The great
all that fog.
things. Yep.
that fog, though.
I mean, you can see just how oppressive this fog is, too. Like, just saturating all of this town. And where it's not foggy, it's dark.
Yeah.
So. Also, shoutouts. We aren't in a place where we can see it more, but shoutouts to the lighting effect on the flashlight also. Like, extremely good. It's so easy to mess up light and make it or react in such a way that doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but this game, I think...
More bullets?
Yeah.
Double bullets.
In the park, just sitting there.
Yeah.
Go America.
Yeah.
I always go.
Energy drinks. Bullets and energy drinks.
It's those caffeinated.
This is definitely America.
Like in Asia, they have those little caffeinated drinks. The ones that Arnold Schwarzenegger. Or what was it, nicotine or whatever they were?
What?
I
In
don't
a
know.
drink?
Yeah, it was an energy drink. I don't know if they had nicotine in it or not.
Oh,
I mean, I wouldn't doubt
devil.
it.
For a minute. Okay, so here's another big place as far as the remakes. I want you to walk to the edge there, Mike. The edge of the balcony. Okay, so you can just barely see out kind of on the lake, right?
Right.
Like, just barely. So, I mentioned the remake on PS3. The PS3 remake, you can actually see the water down there. And it looks awful. It looks like silver just sitting on the water, or like a mirror, because it was never meant to be looked at. It was just supposed to be the effect. Like, you can kind of see the fog shifting a little bit
Yeah.
where the water should be. It's just supposed to be that very subtle effect. When you strip away those fog physics, it completely destroys the scene and makes it look ridiculous.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you. I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
So that's our introduction to Maria, and obviously, again, this idea of sexualizing kind of characters. And if we look at the photo, again, in your inventory, and she really does basically... She is really basically modeled off of Mary. The only exception is obviously her hair is down, and it's of a different color. And she's, again, this juxtaposition of this kind of demure and very proper Mary, and then you have this very sultry and sexualized Maria. Again, just more themes being present here. Like, again, in the idea that she's this highly sexualized character that looks just like your wife when your wife was dying of a disease, and thus your relationship suffered because of that. So, yeah. We're going to take a short break here to just kind of stretch out and stuff. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. We will be back in just a moment. And we are back.
Lots of doobies. Doobie stuff. I'm just kidding.
Okay, once again, shifting seat position.
Hello,
Playing
man.
musical chairs.
Okay, so my memory doesn't serve me too well after leaving the
Okay, so
apartment.
we have done Rosewater Park. So you are going to.
Oh.
So
Or
the
is
next
that-
thing that you're going to want to do is. Okay, let's see here. West Path, Nathan. Okay, so you're going to go ahead and head to Nathan Avenue, and then you're going to go west to Texon Gas, where we're going to get a slight weapon upgrade, and then there's going to be a truck with some bullets and a couple health drinks.
Okay.
So why don't we check that note again, by the way? Yeah, letter. For Maria. Yeah, or Mary. Okay, and we'll see the description here. It says... Oh, well, go back into it real quick. Now, if we check the description of the letter, it says that's definitely Mary's name in her own handwriting in the front of the envelope. Okay, so we're good. Good to go now.
What's pretty funny is I don't even really know your handwriting.
What?
Uh-huh.
You notice how there's a slight change in light, by the way, now?
Yeah,
Which
it's
probably
something
means that
warmer.
it's getting closer to sunset. But, and, you know, it gives it that kind of diabolical look, but that's... The reasonable explanation is the sun setting,
Yeah,
so...
it gives it that red tint.
Correct.
No, the double butt.
So, one of the few times where an escort mission doesn't completely blow ass in a game, because Maria doesn't just, like, get completely mauled by stuff. She does a pretty good job of following you if you just run past stuff.
That's
Sweet.
nice. Like that.
I wasn't
You
even
can't-
thinking about her. That's just
I
the
could
type
be
of person
babysitting
that...
that girl.
Nope.
You can actually game over if she does die, but it's the probability of that is so low as long as you keep moving, kind of. So, we at Texon Gas, or? Man, we got some stuff. Now we're looking for a weapon upgrade.
Party on.
Well, she does look like a harlot. Going outside like that.
Showing that belly button.
Yeah. You know what she... Alright. I'm at the gas station. And James is not looking at a weapon.
So, go to the actual kind of main area of the Texon gas station.
Okay.
Nice weapon there.
Alright.
Steel pipe.
So we get a slight weapon change, and it isn't a strict upgrade from the board because it is slower to swing, but it is used for later as well. Alright, so... Now we have a slight thing. If you want to, we can take Nathan Avenue all the way until it dead ends. And there's a body there that has a couple items on it. Or we can just make our way straight to the Boulderama. Either way.
I like item. Functional street sign? Yes.
Yep.
It wasn't just gibberish.
Yeah, it's not just like pixelated garbage.
Yeah.
Which street am I on? Blur.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the street sign say? Or what do we got for
billboard.
advertisements? L2 and you can look around with the right stick. Lakeside Amusement Park, okay. Alright, nice, nice, nice.
Beluga Lake. Oh, what?
How's it going, buddy?
Okay. So, question. How do those things actually hurt you? All
They
hurt
kick
is
ya.
feet.
He hurt.
You ever been hit by a mannequin piece?
Or
Probably
the
doesn't feel too
mannequins
good.
out there?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they were just like 2 sets of legs.
Your ad.
Your ad.
It doesn't even say your ad here. It just says.
You're 80.
Got here. Quiet cocktails. I love how that thing just like flew out of nowhere.
Yeah, it looked like it got tossed into
Something's just fucking with you in this game.
boat launch.
Get a nice little first aid kit there. And if you're wondering why don't you just take the road all the way around to the Lakeside Hotel, well, this thing's locked, and unfortunately the road's kind of blocked off. So that's what kind of prevents you from continuing on.
Look at that.
What is?
Someone's just move.
Don't shoot her. Alright.
Oh. God. Move. Ah.
Yeah, you can just run somewhat back.
God.
There you go, and she'll follow you.
Ah. Almost as bad as Resident
Evil.
I do regret my decision to try to get items because this is a lot further than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, right?
Oh, there's the body.
Once again, who is that? That's James.
Wait, okay,
Super dead at the end of the road.
I wanna see the body. Oh, well, okay. Wait, so do things attack you even when you're...
Menus? Looks like it.
Gosh. Hi.
I need to run away a little bit.
Just keep moving. Yeah. Like I said, as long as you keep moving, they shouldn't be able to really hit you. You can just kind of move out of there. But yeah, you're good.
Oh, yeah, he's like... Ooh. Dang. Okay.
Good thing. Trying to get a good angle.
That's good.
Alright,
It definitely does look like him. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
so
now
can
you gotta
we
go all the way back. And oh yeah, the road's just gone. So yeah, I guess we aren't walking to Lakeside Hotel.
Yeah, Sybil. Not paying attention to that's just not right.
Jeez.
Fans, it's
Gosh.
Heaven Knight.
What
Nope.
is that? Where are they coming from?
That was a nope. Kind of makes me just want to blow out the screen to try.
It's
this
Tony
far
Hawk
away.
Silent Hill released.
Nope.
Bye. Where's today?
Yeah. There's like a trampoline. I'm sorry, people. But hey,
Behind
got a
you,
map.
right?
I hope so.
It better be.
It'd be the same scenario if we were in Silent Hill. I'd just keep running, and I'd hope you.
Oh, yeah, I'd be behind you.
Alright.
like I was saying, there's not a ton more to get. It might be a couple health drinks here or there or whatever, but main objective is Bolgarama at this point.
Yeah,
so.
they're not really stingy with their health stuff, so I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. I like that.
Hell yeah, bowling, right? You gotta get away from this hellish landscape somehow.
Bowling.
Front door.
I like to imagine Stuart is just gonna be in there.
Why can't you climb on stuff in this?
Because in James' mind, climbing means being alive, and
Work.
that too. But he kind of jogs everywhere.
Yeah, he jogs and he's out of breath. Like, who jogs and then out of breath? Jogging.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
Play, you know.
Hurry back. Okay.
That doesn't make
I
sense.
hate
You were
bowling.
scared. You were scared. We're like, don't leave me.
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh, you're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you were sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
Eddie?
Oh, you're...
James. We met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember. But...
Are you alone here, Eddie?
No.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
Alright. So, the thing about this too is... It seems like James is being incredibly critical of... oh my god, of Eddie. But I mean, think about it. He's being very disinterested with everything that's happening around him. Seems not to care too much about it. But you can tell that there's something definitely kind of damaged about Eddie. And I don't just mean, like, before he looks guilty, and you definitely get that a bit there, but he also seems vulnerable in a way during this scene. So that kind of builds on his characterization and character development, which is really good. Because otherwise he'd just seem like an irredeemable slob, almost. So really important to have kind of that scene in between when you enter and Laura is with him.
Might be a slob, but he got pizza. Where did he get the pizza?
That's the mystery of Silent Hill.
Where did he get it?
He redeemed himself enough to get the pizza.
Oh. When you redeem yourself enough, you get pizza?
The other thing, too, that you have to keep in mind also is, up to this point, James has never attacked Eddie for something superficial. He's always attacked him for his character. Like, why are you just sitting there when somebody needs help? Or they're in the middle of this hellscape?
That's true.
Or like anything like that. So he's not insulting him for the sake of insulting him, as opposed to Laura, who he says called him a fatso.
Right.
Oh.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
Okay. So now we're going to go through the alley between Bolorama and the fence. Open a gate. Due south until we need to look at a door. Nice how a fully grown woman gets beat out by a small child.
Yeah.
She's wearing heels, man.
She's kind of...
Hey, she's keeping up with James, right?
That's true.
Yeah. But we all know that was James in front of the TV.
Just very good at pacing himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was staring hard. Yeah.
So I guess I'll make a slight mention on this. But I won't mention too much on the specifics.
She went through there.
And through the wall. Oh.
You can do it.
Don't you feel stupid now.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there.
Okay. Why don't you just
I
go
mean,
around the building?
I can...
Yeah, I know.
It's a maybe.
Yeah,
I mean,
nah.
you might scrape a little bit.
Yeah, you might collapse your ribs.
It's no good.
But why don't you just go around the building? Step aside. Oh, alright.
Totally works on deadbolts.
No, she
Telling
has
us
the key. So why does she have the keys to all this? What is this mysterious building?
Right. But they can't just go around. They have to go through it.
Is she the actual true master of unlocking?
She's some sort of unlocking succubus? Alright. So we're gonna be going up the stairs. There should be some crates that you need to look at, I guess.
There's a pause. It's the thing that I like to point out is that for me, the soundtrack to this game stands out so much more than actually walking through all this area because I listen to it so much. Yes.
Alright, so this is Heaven's Night. Clearly a strip bar. So, yeah, I guess, you know, that kind of says something about what Maria's occupation is.
What are you looking at, James? Yeah. Oh. More health. Just a regular stage. Nothing strange about it. Nothing strange about it.
Alright. Now we're gonna make our way to Brickhaven Hospital. Be the next building, I think. Haven.
That is not
South.
labeled. Oh my god.
Over there!
Kind of look like an inverted cross on top of that. An inverted cross.
Okay, so we're gonna head into the first room we see here.
Not that one.
Maybe not that one. So immediately in front there should be a door, yeah. There should be a health drink, a document, which gives you a key, and then we're gonna get a save.
Maybe.
Yeah, shove her. Make you feel like a big, strong man while you're at it.
Yeah.
So we got a patient's list. Jack Davis. He attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Joseph Barkin. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but he has a tendency towards violence when excited. Joshua Lewis, history of hospitalization as well as numerous assaults, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. So maybe model people to end up at Silent Hill. Try searching there again, actually, before you save. Or did you already get a key?
I didn't get a key.
Let's take a look. Get a key of some. No. Okay, go ahead and look around the room a little bit. See another document. Maybe in the next room, right there? Is that a door?
Yeah.
Is that the way out? Or... There we go.
He appears so quickly.
Potential for this illness exists in all people under the right circumstances. Any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him they are simply no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So I ask myself, why in the name of healing must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Something else is written by him. I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. So yeah, just, constant thing. Why are we dragging people that are insane but are having a good time into mental clarity? And it might not be the best option for them.
Oh.
Or it might not even be merciful.
Why are we assuming that they'll be...
Alright, so time to find the purple bull. I'm just doors. Oh, classic.
By the way, for anybody actually playing the game, or planning on playing the game, I almost would recommend that you stop watching at this point if you have any intention on playing the game, because it is incredibly good, and if you haven't played it before, you would probably be doing yourself a grave disservice not to experience it yourself, because the hospital is when you really start to see what Silent Hill is all about. So we got the map. So you're pretty good, actually. Once you got the key, you just need to head to the second floor now. So let's go ahead and hit those stairs. So when you go to the second floor, you're going to be heading north to the end. Or north to the end, and then the door on the left, which is the women's locker room. And we will be getting another upgrade there. We'll also be looking for a familiar friend from childhood. Oh, and a bunch of guys gonna just completely ass ram you when you enter. Could I have told you about that? Yes. But it wouldn't have been nearly as fun. So yeah, Nurse is super durable.
Stop him! You missed, James. You missed. Okay, it's a woman's locker. Thanks for the help, Maria. At least hand her the pipe or the knife.
And if you do end up as a function of leaving...
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
What, on a teddy bear?
Yeah.
If you do feel like you want to leave, I want to spoil the game for you, then there's always going to be the VOD if you're interested in more thoughts and opinions on the game. So, and we get a weapon upgrade, which I don't know why it's in the nurse's locker room. But, god damn it, there's a shotgun. So you're good. You got the bent needle, you got the shotgun. So now we're going to head into the men's locker room, where we are going to find a key.
Ooh.
I mean, James wasn't even supposed to be in there.
Nope. Alright.
What a prevert.
Anything? Get something in here?
We're looking for a jacket. Men's locker room.
I guess that can be considered a jacket. It looks like burnt stuff.
Yeah, I didn't know that was good.
Right, so we are good to go back to the first floor, where we will be making our way to the examination room, the doctor's lounge, and there we're gonna find some information. Not quite so scary when you're just going in and out of a room.
That's why the word nope was invented.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope, right on out of there.
Yep. Examination. That's probably that. What looking? So hard to kill. Get a hold of the area. There you go.
Alright. So 7335, it's okay, I actually have that code marked down. Okay, so now that you got those shells and got the code, we're good to go to the second floor again. And you're going to be heading to some doors in the southwest. So how are we doing on shotgun ammo, by the way? Because these nurses take quite a few bullets to kill. So it might be more economical to just use a shotgun.
I have
6 bullets,
shells.
huh? Alright, you might want to heal once, too. Looked like your health was medium and flashing, so maybe a health drink. There we go.
Bad this.
Oh,
Doesn't do.
she really doesn't. Why doesn't she have a gun or something?
So one of the reasons why I wanted the greatest hits version, unfortunately I was only able to get the normal one time for this. One of the reasons I wanted the greatest hits is because it added the extra content that was in the Xbox game. And in that version of the game, they actually had a scenario where you got to see what happens to Maria before she hooks up with James. So it added just kind of a little bit of closure on that end. And to be honest, it added closure, but also brought up more questions. We got the Bullyettes, second floor. Alright, so went to the door on the southwest. Now you're going to go down the hall to the first double doors on the right.
Okay, so, right.
And inside of there, you find a kit, a typewriter. I know it. I know the number of the box, 3863. It can't help him anymore. The button key doesn't scare me, so nobody can stop who I am. I don't know who I am. I am who I am.
Not crazy. So, read that part.
Right, so now we're going to head to M2. See you later, nerds.
I eeped out of that one.
Lapis Lazuli. Yeah, we got some shotguns. Alright, so now we have an option. If you want to get some items, we can go into M3 and M6. Not that we can continue straight to floor 3.
I want to. Oh, fuck. Get over here.
Get the head. Get her.
I did.
Huh? I was gonna say you might want to do more, because those chicks tend to get up. Okay. Yeah, nurses are extremely durable. Any Silent Hill game that I've played, so.
Imagine just walking up to something like that and just.
I will say one thing about the PC port that they did right. In the PC port of this game, they do have a button that's specifically assigned to using health items and to reloading your gun. So you don't have to go in the menu to do either of those. Nice.
Yeah. Good. I wanted more shotgun shells.
We can go to the third floor now, and looking for the doors to the southwest. Double door. So now that you played around with it a little bit, how do you feel about the two-dimensional controls, Mike?
They tend to work pretty well just exploring, but when they cut the camera angles, it changes my direction. I end up running right out of the room that I'm trying to go in. So I definitely can see where the tank controls work a lot better in this game, especially when you're trying to maneuver through the cutting. But if it keeps your direction, then it's good. But like right here, like if I were to change a little bit, I just run right out. That's about it. but I'm still trying to work with it because I like being able to run backwards and run in circles if I need to.
So like I said, we're looking for some double doors to the southwest. Then after that it'll be S3 and S11. S11 you're gonna...
Okay, so...
So this is what the code was for the door that you got on the notes. It's gonna be 733. One of my favorite tracks, just for ambience. Extremely effective for that.
Which room?
3 and 11. No, 11 you want to make a save.
I'll get you.
So kids, if you want to make your game spooky, just add industrial sounds. Banging of metal and levers being pulled and such.
True. I like to make a shout out to that lamp.
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
So, Maria, much like Mary,
James,
taking medication for something.
What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
I haven't thought about that.
We're gonna pick up that and we're gonna make a save. Okay. Now you want to hit the stairs, and you have the roof key, correct?
Yep.
Right.
Regular stairs or?
Stairs is fine.
that something you can't avoid?
So, that is basically horrifying the first time it happens to you, because you just walk into this random corner and then instantly you hear the great knife.
Oh, it does have an indicator. It's the vibration of the controller.
And, okay, so the vibration actually tells you when you're low, and you do actually get hurt from the fall. So... could do one more. So when you do fall down there, always make sure to heal yourself. You just fell like 4 stories.
But the fence broke your fall. Or the roof.
Okay, so... so we're gonna go ahead and hit the 3rd door on the left. And we're gonna look for a code. We're gonna hit the large southwest double doors. So what type of room did you fall into there, by the way?
It looks... special treatment.
Basically the psych ward of the hospital. Place where you would store dangerous patients.
Okay, I didn't see. Okay, you said 3rd door?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are looking for a thing to look at to get code. Alright, so this is a little bit hard to see. Honestly, there's no great way to do this, so... looks like 2125?
Yeah.
Or 6. It'll hold it, though. So turn, the numbers, better not forget them. So I'll write them down here. Other one of my secret. Okay.
Alright.
Now we're hitting the large southwest double doors. Then we're gonna head to S14.
Of course, the very end.
So do you remember the first time that you actually did this hospital section, Mike? Like,
I remember running back and forth between like the room with Maria, but a lot of this is like a blank to me.
did you have any comments on the rooftop scene at all? Like,
I actually completely forgot about that. So it was surprise. I was like, what? I was like, oh, I triggered something wrong.
I'll always take care of you forever. Let's see. So, I'd like to take a look at this box, by the way. This box has a ridiculous amount of shit on it.
Right.
Yeah.
So, whatever is in there, either they absolutely needed to keep it from being stolen, or they needed to keep it from getting out. So we're gonna open it. So yeah, we have a couple of combinations. It seems like we have a couple locks. So let's kind of dissect this piece. What do we have here as far as our notes and our keys? Let's take a look at our notes and our keys and see if we can do something. So, why don't you take a guess, Jenna? What do you think is in this box that this crazy man kept and put a bunch of locks on that somehow he got a hold of?
Is it something from the game that we've had to do about, or what?
I'm just, throw a guess out there. What would a crazy person put this much effort into?
151 Pokemons.
Yeah, like
That Game Boy, the cart.
Yeah.
Like a important sort of. Artifact.
Looks like 2175, I think. I think it's 5. And it's turn, so turn is the clue that it's the spinning number. The spinning number.
Oh.
Turn, turn, turn. Six. Guess we could take a look at it again. This is unfortunately one of the ones that's a lot more difficult than it really should. The turn, turn, turn is a key for the. So go into it slightly, because I think it highlights it slightly. 7, maybe? 7175?
Alright.
I can't. There we go.
So, 2 more locks. What do we got? What do we got in our notes? I will mention that we are probably coming up, not too soon, or not too far away from one of my favorite parts in the series. Because, holy shit. It comes so suddenly that it's like, just throws you completely off guard, and it's so different from everything else. We have the imprint on the carbon paper. We're at 6-3. We have another key by chance?
Bent needle, purple bowl.
Key. Oh, purple bowl key. There. Okay, so that's probably the middle. Something. And he mentions Luis on the marking on the wall. So obviously something really important to him, but almost completely useless to us, right? It's just some hair. So why does James think that taking hair and a bent needle are going to be relevant at all to anything ever?
A hair and a bent needle.
But you know, whatever.
Something.
He's got forethought that we cannot possibly comprehend.
Like, why would he take that stuff and not?
Okay, well, I'm gonna save it up for that one. So we'll both timed it.
Okay, so we're heading to the shower room near the stairs. And there's going to be a puzzle there.
Whee!
And then we're going to save at S11 and take the elevator first floor. Okay. So shower room and then S11. So this is probably one of 2 extremely obtuse puzzles, I would say, in the game. You're left with a drain. And there's something stuck in the drainage pipe. Long, narrow tool of some type. That map.
Yeah. That's the way you hold something for a hold.
So we're going to be taking that elevator well, we'll save, take that elevator to the first floor. We're going to be going to C3 and C2. So something that I didn't really point out as much, but you notice how the hospital has changed from very clean to very grimy ever since you got rid of Maria.
Was it really clean before?
It was basically looked like a normal hospital.
Oh. I thought it was still pretty, but... Yeah, why did it...
Well, some of the rooms you went into, like some of the items were dirty, but the actual hospital itself and the places, not so much.
Right, gee.
And you notice this started to happen right as Maria's started to feel ill.
Yeah.
You could really hear the sounds of that heavy breathing, like in a mask of some sort. Here in the hallway.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there? What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess I won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you...
Laura?
You hurt me!
So here's our second boss fight of the game. Yeah, this is shotgun territory now.
Shotgun!
Nice.
Why are you being a huge babby?
Told you.
You aren't even playing the game.
I know, that's what I do. I'm really good so far.
You notice how much sound design matters in here too. Like when you're just looking at the scene, it's not as big of a deal.
Yeah.
But when you have this offensive senses,
True. Without the earbuds, it's easier.
nice job on the double hit.
Oops. This is where it gets you. The freaking 2D.
Weird.
Of course. Ah!
How's your health?
I'm not vibrating.
It's 4, 5, 6,
Oh.
reload.
Yeah. Watch out. Sorry.
And you probably could chug a health drink. Top off. There we go.
Are they both still alive?
Once again, the siren sound.
Trudy. Oh.
James. James.
Missing sounds.
Yeah.
Alright, and now we're in the Hot Nightmare Hospital. And actually, we're going to go ahead and take a short break here. Good stretch out. We will be back in just a few moments, guys. Okay, we are back. Yeah, no, you're good. So, what we're going to do is we're going to finish up kind of this section, the Nightmare Hospital. Then we are going to save, and we're going to be going ahead and picking this up another day, which will probably be good news for a couple of you who want to kind of play this game out yourself. But we'll be resuming this. Definitely a game that I want to finish and show off more of. So we might move one of the games that we're supposed to play on Monday or Tuesday for Mike. We might move them to another time instead. But that's okay. Some of the other games that Dimgoki was interested in playing. Sweet Home, which is an NES Capcom game that was kind of a survival horror RPG on the NES. You can see some of the precursors to the Resident Evil formula in there. And Resident Evil Gaiden, which is a Game Boy game. It tries to be a Resident Evil game. But we'll see what else we can work out with him. I've been trying to get people as we could schedule them. Alright, so unfortunately, this is where my notes end for this section. So we'll see what we can do as far as helping you out here. Okay, so we're going through the door to the south to pick up some shotgun shells. And there was a save point there. We're going to enter the West Hall and try to go to C2. To pick up a little bit of items. Or an item. And C1 for some items as well. So C2, C1. And then we're going to take the elevator to the second floor. So now, I mentioned that the hospital took kind of a sinister turn when you got rid of Maria. Now it is just flat out full nightmare, Silent Hill proper, you know? Just soiled cloth, barbed wire, and gated fences everywhere. It looks completely abandoned and rusted and covered in bodily fluids.
Yes, tetanus for everyone.
Tetanus Hill, that's what they called it. Back in the mining days.
Damnation.
So after we hit C1 and C2, then we can hit the elevator. And go to the second floor. Okay, we're gonna be looking for M4.
It's behind you.
M1 and M2.
That's
Blue.
You also start to notice that the nurses are even more aggressively rotten.
Yeah.
Kind of jacked up.
Definitely not care of themselves.
Stomp their shit in.
A lot.
Okay, so next big thing is 6. M6. And we're looking for a couple items in there. And then we're going to go to the 3rd floor, the elevator. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so dark, or so small and dark, and I was so afraid I dropped my precious ring, but I will never ever go back there. So we know there's a ring in the basement's basement. Nice little thing there, you know, totally what you would find in any hospital. And by the way, we found this note in this hospital.
Yeah.
So something else that I didn't get to touch on when it happened, but when you listen to what Laura was saying, James mentions, wow, like, all these monsters around, you don't even have a scratch on you. And she goes, like, what are you talking about, monsters and dangerous? Because, once again, this idea that his Silent Hill isn't her Silent Hill. Do you really think, like, she would have... I mean, she's obviously a shit kid, but do you think she purposely would have locked him in a room with things that could kill him on purpose? Probably not.
Yeah, I know.
But she doesn't see anything wrong with that.
Right. Yeah, she didn't... Well, because she might not know what was based on.
Exactly. She just... whatever. Normal room. Nothing wrong with it.
Well, they're coming after me anyway.
So, are we on 3rd floor?
Yeah.
Okay, we are doing S11 and 3. And if you remember, in S3 is where we dumped off Marie. So we're going to hit 11 first. She's an angel. No windows, only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of tread. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread, sorry. They fall from the weight of their crimes. So in S11, we are looking for an ampule and some bullets. And a note, which you guess you can. Then we're going to Maria's room.
Why did I get an ampule? Got the note and.
You didn't get ampule? There it is.
Okay.
So I mean, you know, we better check on Maria, right? This fucking nightmare realm. That's gonna be oh. That's a lot of medicine, right?
Yeah.
You hear this breathing. But nobody's here. At least not in this Silent Hill. Alright, so we're gonna go to the East End. And we're gonna try to go to the storeroom. And then we'll go to the storeroom, then we'll hit the stairwell and save the game. And then we're gonna go to the basement.
You had to take off. You better put those headphones back on.
So as a question, how much of this game, or of this game's design, do you think is influenced by the sound? Like how much, if this game had way more subpar sound than it has, how much worse of a game do you think it would be?
Definitely would. It wouldn't be up to what it is. Say that, 'cause the sounds are just what freak people out, obviously.
I can say that just watching out, that might be something like jumped you off and I'm gonna jump. But otherwise, it's been.
And I mean, that's... And I mean, it's the sound and it's the lighting, I think, but I do believe that Akira Yamaoka's tracks here, where they're very ambient, play a big role in it, and the idea of the radio and the monsters in general just being very aggressive sounding. Just a huge part of this game, and the way you feel when you play it. I'm sure there is a Silent Hill game that has very subpar sound design. I haven't played it yet. Maybe I will eventually, but I can't imagine a game that doesn't have these components to it. So we're gonna go in the basement's basement. Yep. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 3 floors down. Which I believe you were on the 2nd floor, right? Or were you on the 1st floor?
I think I was on. Not wearing the headphone?
So what do we got here? Got some shotgun shells. And a nice little bloody red plant fence there. Yeah, sure, we'll move the shelf, right?
James.
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I just...
Then stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
So we're gonna go ahead and pick up this copper ring. Maria, I don't know.
She sounds like she's on drugs.
Oh, I mean, she is on a lot of drugs.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let's kind of break down that conversation. Do you think it's appropriate for her to be outraged that he's just kind of very flippant with her
All
safety?
you care about is your dead wife.
But
yeah.
I mean, I think it kind of degrades over the course of that conversation. You know, at first it's kind of reasonable, like that he's just like, "Oh yeah, sure, I'm glad you're okay," but then like she goes kind of psycho stalker woman on him. All right, so we're gonna ascend the stairs back up to the 3rd floor. And we're going to go through the big southwest double doors to the patient wing. And then we're going to take the elevator to the 2nd floor. Well, that was the save point, right? Yeah, so... check your map. Can you zoom out? This is the 3rd floor. So we're gonna go ahead and go to the patient wing and then take the elevator to the 2nd floor. And then we're gonna get probably one of the best scenes in any Silent Hill game.
The double rate. We're taking it to what?
2nd floor.
old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Pale Vale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
What was that?
Question was who was the murderer.
murdered them?
So the reason why I really love that scene is the first time you play this game, it comes out of nowhere. Because you've never had an elevator scene when the elevator starts moving, and then all of a sudden your radio actually starts working. And not only does it work, it's talking to you.
Oh my god. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? So it's lakeside music.
Yeah.
It's like,
And then Nathan Avenue, the question is which were they out of the numbers? Because the numbers are the important thing. So even if you remember what the answers were, remembering what numbers they were is important.
Lakeside and then...
Okay. So...
Gotta go back to the 3rd floor or what?
Hold on. Alright, so we're gonna examine the fridge in the day room. And normally if you went to the day room before this, the fridge would be too heavy for James to open on his own. So it's like, why is there a fridge just in the middle of this room also? Like...
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Bead ring.
Lead ring. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take the elevator back up to the 3rd floor. And once you step out of the elevator, you're going to take a look at the door to the stairway on your left. We're gonna go ahead and get rid of some items in our inventory. So if there's any single event that compares to that radio thing, I think it's got to be the missing 4th floor in the first Silent Hill game. Which I'm going to get to it at some point, but basically when you go into the hospital, you go into the Nightmare Hospital and you check multiple floors of this hospital. And there's only 3 floors of the hospital, but once you head into the elevator on a certain trigger, there's a 4th floor that becomes available. And that 4th floor disappears once you go past a certain point. So it's kind of an interesting twist on it. And it makes you kind of second guess if it actually happened or not at first, but I'm almost completely sure it does. And it's pretty spooky. So there should be a door near the stairwell on the 3rd floor. Oh, okay. So we can do the storeroom first, that's fine. So because you might have missed it, it's going to be 313.
My instinct.
So yeah, like I said, we're looking for a door near the stairwell where you have to use some of your items. Alright, so we're also going to want to save after we use those items, but before we go into the door. So we'll go ahead and hit the stairwell and make a save. Okay, we're looking for a door with picture on it kind of near there. That's the elevator.
Third floor.
Elevator to the 3rd floor. Right when you step out of the elevator, examine the door to the stairwell on your left. Is this 3rd floor? And you took the elevator to get here? And I don't know the significance of the lead and copper, but I'm sure there is some.
Heard you snoring a little bit.
Okay, now we're going all the way down the stairs to the basement door. And, I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I am not a criminal. Okay, so that's your first hint as to where to find one of your next doodads. So obviously very striking scene, and you'll notice at the very conclusion of that when he's sitting in the elevator, the camera actually is one of the few times where you're not able to see James immediately. Like, he literally cannot even look at himself because of his inability to say Maria. Okay, so the next place we're going to go is we are going to go to the director's room. And we're going to then go ahead and hit the save point just before the exit to Brookhaven Hospital, and we'll call it for tonight's stream. First, let's go to the director's room. We'll go ahead and hit that. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. So, Gonzalez Mexican Restaurant. So our next destination, once we start this up for the next time, is going to be kind of getting our way to the Historical Society. But we're going to go ahead and save it for now. Alright, so, before we kind of close out for this session of playing, any kind of closing comments in general, Demgoki, about, the game or just this session of playing, anything you kind of maybe noticed that you didn't notice before?
Well, it definitely didn't really notice how much Maria did look like Mary, and really how the facing of the camera when he did enter scenes. That was the thing that I like when I was younger. And then just the music, the choice of when to play the tracks that they did have, really good. Aside from it sounding industrial at times, like the theme that's going on in this room after the scene. It definitely puts things in perspective. What's going on.
So, I guess one of the other big things is how does it kind of stack up, so far at least, from your previous experience with the game? Because it's been, over 10 years, right, since you really played this game. So, any comments on how it holds up, or just...
Definitely, story-wise, it does hold up. Gameplay-wise, like, handling it, it's really dated. It's really hard to figure if you're when you're using the melee weapon, it's hard to even really hit anything with it. And gun is go the whole way with gun to just make the game easier. But other than that, it still holds really well story-wise. It's engaging for most of it. Puzzles a little bit confusing to figure out because they're not clear enough.
Do you feel like that's reasonable as far as the puzzles, though? Like, does it feel like any of them feel almost unfairly? Or do you think it's just kind of like you need maybe like 20 minutes to kind of work it out?
The difficulty in it was really trying to figure out what I needed to do. That was it. Like, then the one that had the numbers on the wall, just I barely make them out.
Yeah, I can agree with that one. I think they could have made that one a little bit more clear.
Yeah.
But in general, I feel like the puzzles were of a reasonable nature. Like, they make you think, which is what a puzzle is kind of designed to do. So being kind of your first time watching this, I want to get closer here also so they can hear you. So first time watching this, I know you didn't catch necessarily all of it or whatever, but any comments from you, Jenna?
So I know that it's supposed to be obviously mostly because like monsters that fight and just. But something that I noticed is also that it's also kind of it's like it
even the people that are kind of normal aren't normal.
yeah it's like the other characters that you interact with, because it's everything are and don't like dialogues and
everybody's weird.
Because I mean, after a while, you do kind of get used to part of fighting the monsters, but the other characters you talk with, serious, uneasy.
Okay. So kind of a supporting cast helps out quite a bit for keeping the mood. Anything else as far as it?
The music. Like, even before I ever Silent Hill or watched a Silent Hill, really knew anything about it, I've heard about the music. It's really cool to add a whole element to
Are you, so, I mean, I guess, so, coming from, again, this perspective of the first time playing it, does this interest you enough that you would want to see more of it, or is it?
Oh yeah. Like, my kids been a lot of videos. And we've been trying to find a video that explains like the whole storyline of Silent Hill, because I know that there's so many characters and so that focus on things that I want to sing. Which I guess I could play all the games. I'm kind of impatient.
Alright.
I wouldn't know.
So that's going to do it for our first session for this. I don't know exactly when we're going to pick this up, but yeah, we'll definitely kind of clean this up over the course of October and then move on to other games as well. But that'll do it for this session. Hopefully you guys enjoyed.